Because
Oh, what an awful song.
on this day,
In 1973, it says here the Rock Band. I don't
The
know
Rock
if
Band.
I
That
don't know
song
if
is
I
listed,
would-
by the way, as soft rock.
The Rock Band 10cc made their live debut on the Isle of Man
After the
at the Palace Lido Club.
the two creative guys who were in the band left, Godley and Cream, and 10cc said, well, we're going to go on without you. And they had that. Is that the only hit they had?
No, I'm not in love.
Oh, that's right. Oh, Lord. Awful stuff.
Big boys don't cry.
Like walking in the rain and the snow when there's nowhere to go and you're feeling like a part of you is dying.
So don't forget it.
Carrie, are they on your tour?
they're on that tour, yes.
Okay.
With
Well, there's no Pablo Cruz.
well, Pablo Cruz is headlining.
Little River Band.
Little River Band, Pablo Cruz, 10cc, Orleans.
Yeah,
They're there as well.
all of them.
We're trying to get the one band back together.
One band back together.
That one band, Air Supply.
No.
No, they're already back. They've refused us. They didn't want to go on.
They
said
live
it-
here, you know.
They said it was beneath them.
Well, and they know us. They live here. An Air Supply guy lives here. The drummer.
The Afternoon Delight, the Starland Vocal
Starland
Band.
Vocal
We're
Band.
trying to get the Starland Vocal Band.
Well,
back.
they're busy. They're busy getting their summer replacement special together.
Yes,
So.
yeah.
Oh man. Can't. No. Terrible. Godley and Cream. I only know Godley and Cream, the guys who left that band. They were considered the artistic force, but they never had any hits. Except they did a song called "Cry," which will make me cry every time I hear it.
Oh.
Godley and Cream, "Cry," and it's just.
Well, it's right in the title. You have to.
I know.
There's a couple songs that make me cry, and I have them, just on my playlist,
Mm-hmm.
and I always skip them.
I don't want to cry. Right
Like,
now.
like they're there when I need them sometime. But if I'm doing like a shuffle while I'm driving around in my car and they pop up, I'm like, nope, can't. And it's "Breathe" by Pearl Jam. Niagara Falls.
Here's Godley and Cream. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
It had a really interesting video. That song was a hit in England.
Let's see. It looks like Vin Sully in the chat room wants to know if Michael Lee Rose is on your list
That will make me cry.
of songs and bands that will make you cry.
No, that's a different kind of pain.
It's a different kind of cry.
I don't know. Creepy is pretty.
Creepy. Oh yeah.
Creepy by Michael Lee Rose is pretty.
What am I supposed to do?
I feel like crying when I hear that song because I think this man has not yet received the help he needs.
So it's "Breathe" by Pearl Jam and then "Falling Slowly" by the Swell Season.
I don't know that.
I will cry my eyes out.
The Swell Season?
Yeah,
Is it the Swells or the Swole Season?
Swell Season.
I don't know who that is.
It's so remember the movie Once?
Yes.
It's from that.
Oh. Yes.
It won the Grammy for Best Song that year, and nobody knew what it was.
Yeah, what's that guy's name?
Glenn Hansard.
Yeah, Glenn Hansard, and he had a band, but then he did Once and became this sensation until people realized that he was not a nice guy.
Is he not a nice
No.
guy? Who says he's not a nice
Glenn
guy?
Hansard, he had some trouble. So he left his wife and started carrying on with that young woman who was in Once,
Yeah.
and that didn't end well.
No.
But he's made a lot of money because Once became like a stage show.
Yeah, it was a Broadway show, and
But I think Glenn Hansard, if I don't remember the details, so I shouldn't say.
You have a
Maybe
sense
he's a
that
great guy, but I have that sense that he was.
Creepy. Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
what am I supposed to say to my friends? Oh, creepy. What am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to say when they see you with me? Hey, hey.
This is a song about a girl whose name is Creepy.
Creepy comes creeping, skipping along her way, living for today, and she looks.
Oh, Gina, you're crying.
No one wants to know
Stop
her.
it.
Take the time to understand her.
You know,
Oh, she's cool.
Gina, you're
we
crying.
probably have awakened Michael Lee Rose because I have a feeling he has some sort of an alert.
Yeah.
That anytime, and it doesn't happen very often, somebody plays one of his songs.
And here's the bigger problem: searching for that song.
How did you find it?
Well, he makes it hard because he spells it creepy with IE,
Because it's a girl, you know.
creepy,
Yeah.
instead of with a Y, which is what it should be. So you can't find it.
Well, you had to feminize it, though, Gary. Makes
I
perfect
guess.
sense.
Oh, creepy. What am I supposed to What am I supposed to say when I love you with me?
When I love you with me.
Woo!
There we go. I'm
He
surprised.
didn't leave his wife for the woman in once. He was single when they were dating. He just dated and broke up. He tried to put these horrible things on Glenn.
He had left his wife previously. He and his wife had broken up. And then he started dating.
But nothing bad happened. There's no reason to hate him. Is what
Okay.
I'm saying.
Except that he was successful. I hate all successful people.
That's why he loves Michael
This
Lee
has
Rose.
been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Well,
Let's get it over with.
I guess. Now listen, so I'm so glad it's Friday. Oh wait, it's not Friday.
No,
is it?
no.
Nope.
Oh well. Yeah, let's get it over with. We'll take your check-ins right now at 877-602-9696. That helps us get the show going. Gives us just a little bit of momentum, and then we slide toward the end. We wake up a bit, and then it's a slog to the end of the Radio from Hell show. But check in with us right now, 877-602-9696.
Concerts.
Because people will assume that's why we named him Donovan, and that's not the case.
And they picked it long before.
Yeah. And just parenthetically, there's a news story today that says 109 parents have apparently in 2018 named their baby Tesla. But I got an email from our former organized intern, Sarah Spain, about baby names.
Okay.
Said, I enjoyed listening to that letter from the woman who would like to name her child Donovan. I had a similar situation about 10 years ago. Despite the fact that my husband has repeatedly begged me to stop comparing our dog to other people's children, he's not here right now, so I'm going to do it. So they don't have kids, but we adopted a 2-year-old JRT.
Jack Russell Terrier.
Ah, yeah, very good. Thanks, Carrie.
Carrie speaks dog.
From the Humane Society in 2010, and her name was listed as Belle. Now, I feel strongly that dogs should have 2-syllable names,
You should feel strongly about that.
nicknames and full titles notwithstanding, and so I changed it to Bella, trying to keep it as close to her original name as possible. A friend told me several years later that dogs are named like hurricanes as they come to the shelter. They just give them a name.
Yeah.
You can change it to whatever you want. They just give them a name because they want to call them something, but it's not that they respond to it necessarily or anything. So if you recall in 2010, Twilight, the sparkly teenage vampires, was very popular, and every person asked me if I'd named my precious fur baby after that awful character from those books. I would posit that it's an actual insult that someone would think I would stain a creature
Stain.
with the name from the book series than someone thinking that you would name a child after, as Gina pointed out, a wonderful, generous human being and basketball player.
Yes.
However, years have passed and not one person asked me if I named her after Twilight anymore. The question I get asked more often now is whether she is male or female, and my favorite response to kids especially is that her reproductive organs were removed, and I've never been able to ask her how she identifies, so I'll just call her Bella and don't worry so much about the label. Like that. As Bill mentioned, in the time young Donovan is in school, not Donovan Mitchell, but the kid, Spida Mitchell will probably have retired. Regardless, Donovan is a lovely name. It isn't like Avery, Office Products, or Stockton. Malone has a middle name, sure, but as a first name, some people shouldn't be. Malone as a middle name, sure, but as a first name, some people shouldn't be allowed to procreate. Or Zebulon or Elzard, hand to Thor. I absolutely attended school with both of those.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, Elzar and Zebulon. Or many of the other asinine names that people come up with to make their kids different. All it does is make each school year difficult as the teacher and new friends try to figure out how to say and or spell the name. So you shouldn't care what other people think. If 5 people think you named them after a great person and a basketball player, so what? At least it isn't someone who is a real turd. My name is Sarah every day. And every day I want to smack Sarah Huckabee Sanders for smearing our good name.
That's right.
You'd be hard-pressed to find a name for a child that doesn't carry with it someone who had it before. Good luck. Hope you get lots of sleep before August. I don't know why before August. What?
Don't know.
I don't know.
Is something happening in August?
Do we not know?
I don't know.
Does she know something we don't?
Maybe.
Oh, no. She's talking about the people whose baby's going to be born in August.
She's not talking to us.
No.
She's talking to them.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Confusing.
She says, adopt, don't shop. Love the show. Gina, you don't ruin anything. Love your former intern, Sarah.
You know, I was at that graduation this weekend, so you spend 3 hours listening to names being read.
Mm-hmm.
There were 2 princesses.
The name.
The name Princess, and one of them, middle name,
What?
Leia.
Really?
Princess Leia.
I thought they didn't say the middle name.
No, I said some of them
Don't
do.
they
but
know
some
that
of them-
she's a general? General Leia
Well, it's
Sanderson.
Not a princess anymore.
but there was an actual Princess Leia
Wow.
and a lot of Emilys.
Emily's.
A lot of Emilys.
You've gotten a lot of crap over the years for naming your kid Festus.
I have.
Yeah.
He was the only one in his class.
Festus, it's a biblical name.
And people spell it wrong all the time. They spell it with an IS. No. On his birth certificate, it's US.
Festus. It's a biblical king. Look it up. King Festus. It's true.
But yeah, if you want to run your baby names by us, email them to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
Yeah, if you have any doubts about baby names or you're having a hard time coming up with one, my go-to name is Shlomo. But
There's a chat room. I know a guy named Zoltan Kolazar.
Oh, poor
Really?
guy.
Well, he's Hungarian. I don't know.
I think that's Zoltan is a name that they give kids in Hungary.
A friend named Rachel was an elementary school teacher. One year, her bad student was also named Rachel. She spent every day yelling at herself.
Rachel!
Rachel!
Yeah, don't ever talk to teachers about what your baby name is, because inevitably they've had someone in their class that was the terrible kid, has that. So don't run it by teachers. You'll never be able to pick a name because they all have. Oh no, that's.
I had a bad Thane once.
A bad Thane.
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 He was a bad kid.
Thane. That's
I pulled Thane out because someone in the chat room says, I love my son's name, Thane.
Thane.
Oh, is Thane a Utah thing?
No.
Are there Thanes everywhere?
Are there Thanes?
Yeah, I think so. It's not common, but it is.
I feel like it's a Utah name.
No, it isn't.
And I don't know why, and don't take this personally if your name is. I've never cared for the name Nathan.
How do you feel about Nate?
Nate's all right.
I
For some
saw
reason, Nathan. I've just never cared for that name.
I saw our friend Nathan from the mattress firm.
Oh.
He
Yeah,
now
see?
works at RC Willie. See, Nathan, he's a nice
He's
guy.
a good dude. Yeah, I've never cared for the name. Like I said, don't take it personally. It's something wrong in my brain. All right.
I'm looking up Thane, Gina, just to see. But
How popular
I'm just.
is
Well,
the
I don't know
name
how popular
Thane?
it
Well,
is.
if it's very popular, then it must be everywhere.
Well, no, I don't know that.
I know a dude named Christian Shank. The hell? The last name Shank. There's just no right name, I think.
Thank you. 6:20.
6:20. All right,
Let's get it over with.
I would say so. It's time for your check-ins after we officially begin the show. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. Check in with the Radio from Hell show, please. All right.
Okay.
Bill, while I read the sponsor, why don't you turn your camera on? People want to see your smiling face this morning.
I've been instructed. I've been instructed to leave it off.
Katurbis Dodge is now Young Dodge Layton. New name, same great service and selection of vehicles. See the selection online at youngchrysler.dodge.jeepram.com. Think young, think Layton.
I said, Bill, you want to do people a favor. Just don't turn that camera on today. And I said, oh, well, okay. The moon is a waning moon. It's 83.3% of full. The moon will set today at 11:02 a.m., so there's still plenty of time.
Mm-hmm.
Go out there, take a look at it. It's lovely today. This is today being, what is it? Thursday. It's the 26th day of August in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021. Week 8, day 53 of Back in the Studio broadcasting. And this is the Radio from Hell show, starring the Lords of Morning Radio. Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie for short is our producer and keeps this show running just like the trains in Germany. On time. Miriam is helping out today, and I think Cameron Diaz is also helping.
Yes.
All right. So, do we have any check-ins?
We got one.
One?
877-602-9696. If you have a mind, so we can start with Mike.
Mike, what's up?
Hi, good morning.
Hi.
Morning.
Hi, I just wanted to call in and say good morning and hi, and thank you so much for being just a light in the darkness of what I thought couldn't actually get worse, and then earthquakes, floods, crazy internationalness.
We
I
don't.
know.
We don't
Thank you.
feel like
We
a
need
light.
you.
We don't feel like a light in the darkness. Everybody's always telling us how negative we are and
Yeah.
Yeah.
how
You
we
guys are too
hate
negative.
everything, and I don't feel like we're a light in the darkness.
We have radio consultants telling us, you know, you're negative all the time. People don't want to hear how negative you are.
Well, and then they turn around and tell people to play 30-year-old Britney songs. So what do you do?
What do you do?
What do you do?
Well, thanks, Mike.
Mike, I'm glad. What do you do for a living, Mike?
I'm a software developer.
Okay. And I can hear something in the background. Do you have the TV on?
No, it's totally quiet.
You're not in a
Don't have
pigeon.
anything
You're
on.
not in a pigeon coop.
Oh, yeah, that's what it sounds like, kind of.
Weird. I don't know where that would be
I
coming
do.
from.
I
No,
hear a
don't hear
bird.
thing.
Yeah.
Mike, listen carefully, and you'll hear our consultants. Listen.
They don't care for most things.
There you go.
There he is. All right, Mike. Well, I'm glad.
Go
glad
look
you're
for the
listening.
pigeon, Mike. I think there's one in your room.
There's my chippy.
I wonder what that is.
I don't know.
All right, see you, Mike.
Thanks,
Probably
Thank
got
you,
a
Mike.
bus to go drive. So
All right.
have a good day.
Thank you, Mike.
So that's it. Mike calling from a pigeon coop. The lines are open, 877-602-9696. Whatever you have a mind to, say or talk about or do. Or,
Will, listen. You want to bitch about something?
yeah.
Do you do what I do and have arguments with people in the shower?
Why do you have people in the shower?
They're not in the shower with me. That's just where I have arguments with them.
What?
Don't you ever have like practice arguments? Katie knows what I'm talking about. And another thing, and then you kind of mutter to yourself a little bit.
And then that's where you come up with the jerk story.
Yeah,
call.
another thing. But then when you actually talk to them, you forget about all that. But
No, when you actually talk to them, you go, "Oh, hi, how are you? I really hate you, but I don't want to say so."
So you can have your shower argument with us on the radio. You don't have to give any names of people. You can just say, "Oh,
I don't-
Here's what I really wish I'd said to you yesterday when we were
I
talking about
don't
this
argue
thing."
with people in the shower.
You argue with people in real life. You have no
I don't.
compunction
No,
about.
I don't shower. That's the. If I did, that's probably where I'd argue with them. I argue with them on the toilet.
And if I really am having a bad argument with someone in the shower, I forget where I am in the process. Oh, did I wash that? Where?
You have to remember what.
Well, no, just
What?
there. You don't think about it. You just go in and do it. But when you're having a really good shower argument, then you're standing there going, "Wait a minute, did I do that yet?"
I have no concept of what you're talking
Katie
about.
knows what I'm
I
talking
have audio of Gina in the shower arguing.
Well, I'm going to tell you what I mean. You know what calamari? Rete company.
Exactly.
Well, we have a bunch of lines, but no one was answering the phone. I think
Yeah,
Katie's fingers
no.
were caught in her hair. I turned
Could
around.
be.
She's talking to somebody right now.
Now, yes.
Yeah.
Right now. It took a moment. I think she was trying to unsnarl her hair and got stuck.
We're backing the truck up.
Backing the show up.
Mm-hmm.
Let's back the show up. There we go.
Yeah.
And another thing. You tell me
Let's go to Jimmy the Tooth.
Hi, Jimmy.
Good morning.
Jimmy,
I just,
yeah, go ahead.
what's up? Oh, no, you go, Bill. What's up?
You know, I was just going to ask, you may have told us this before. I don't know where that nickname comes from.
It sounds really looming, and, when I was doing concerts, people would meet me and go, dude, I totally imagined somebody completely different than a giant teddy bear. And it came from a golf tournament. I had lost my front tooth. I didn't have insurance. I was working in construction, and I was up on. I kept super gluing my front tooth in, and it kept being loose, and I was up on a 40-foot ladder, and underneath the ladder there's a bunch of white gravel, and my boss said something funny, and I went. And my tooth shot out of my mouth, and it literally, you could hear it hit rungs of the aluminum ladder, like ting, ting, ting. and then it disappeared into the whiteness. And so in a golf tournament, I had hit a ball really close to the hole, and a buddy of mine was like, Jimmy the Tooth.
Oh, that's a good story. I like it.
And somewhere concert promoting is in there as well.
Yes.
Well, Jimmy, thanks for calling. Thanks for calling.
Hey, I want to tell you guys really quick, stay negative, because we already have enough positivity in the world.
We do?
Oh, Jimmy.
Just stay negative.
That's so wonderful of you to say that. That makes my heart warm. Thanks, Jimmy.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Later.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to Ashley.
Hi, Ashley.
Hi.
Hi.
It's me again.
Yeah.
I also argue with very many people in my shower.
Mm-hmm.
And I was wondering, are you giving out tote bags today? As I sit in the parking lot waiting to go to work.
Well,
again.
Sure, why not?
We don't usually give things to people that ask for them, Ashley, but you just came right out.
Barreled right in there. So.
And
I
Is this
still
the
need
show?
to send the email of the thing of my coworker that must go.
Okay.
But I keep telling my name on the air.
Yes,
Okay.
you got to use a fake name, Ashley, next time you call.
It's that,
I know.
It's that,
I need to come up with one.
It's that coworker that you argue with in the shower, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, that's just me throwing obscenities very loudly
All right, Ashley. Well, hang on the line and
We'll get you a tote bag.
Put you on hold, and we'll get your information. All right, hang on.
Is this still the show?
I guess.
Okay, traffic, Gina.
Yeah, there's a SWAT situation in Davis County, 3rd North, 20th West in West Point. Might want to look at that for the news bill, see what's going on there. But it is affecting traffic. You want to avoid that area if you usually make that part of your commute. That's the only issue this morning so far, though, is a SWAT situation. If you see something that's not a SWAT situation, but something friends of the program need to know about, you can text us 33986. It's time to buy a new Honda from your Utah Honda dealers. 0% APR financing. See UtahHondaDealers.com.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. We got big boy news and opinioendo, geek news, all in the next break. Then at 7 o'clock, it's Beat Gina. Now, I've got the Beat Gina trivia questions here. Because on this day, That 70s Show premiered in 1998.
You know, I never saw a single episode.
Nor I. It's 1970s trivia. Not just 70s show, but
the year.
And Katie, yesterday we
decade.
teased in our promo that we'd have something other than a face mask to give away. We do. Oh, she's pointing.
Oh, some of this stuff over here.
The
We've got some Funko
stuff.
Pops
Okay.
to give away. So, yeah, we got all those and more on the way. Stand by. Brooklinen.com. I was using my Brooklinen towel this morning to dry off. I was remarking at how absorbent it is. Soft and absorbent. Very nice. Yes, we love our Brooklinen stuff in our house, our sheets, our towels. They've got all kinds of things there. Brooklinen works directly with the manufacturers to make luxury available directly to you without the luxury level markups. So you get their amazing array of products at a reasonable price. And they've got everything for your comfort, ideal for a seasonal refresh because they're launching new products and colors and patterns all the time. Buttery soft and breathable sheets, plush and absorbent towels, cozy bathrobes, comfy loungewear. We're spending more time in loungewear these days, so that's why you want to make sure it's high quality and nice and affordable. So give yourself the comfort refresh you deserve and get it for less at Brooklinen. Go to brooklinen.com, use the promo code X96, and you will get $20 off with a minimum purchase of $100. So that's BROOKLINEN.com, and the promo code X96 for $20 off with a minimum purchase of $100. Brooklinen.com and the promo code X96.
I have to go over to the stairwell here and tell Chainsaw Guy that we're ready for him.
To come over?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay,
All
so
right.
I'll do that.
So this is usually it's a best question of the week, but this week it's Chainsaw Guy is going to be answering questions from you, our listeners. So Katie has some emailed with Chainsaw Guy. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm right here, ready to go.
All right. Well, then let's start.
Hey, wait, who's that?
That's Katie.
Oh, hey, Katie.
Long time no see.
I love Katie. You love haunted houses, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Well, we've worked together, actually, Katie. I was the Chainsaw Guy at your haunted house when you worked over there at the Nightmare on 13th.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Well, I got a couple questions for you, sir.
Okay.
So this one comes from Derek. It says, I know everyone is sick of hearing about COVID and the issues of mask wearing, but you being a person who wears a mask that I would assume would wear it always, what do you have to say to those people who believe this ridiculous idea that people cannot function normally with masks on?
Well, I don't know about functioning normally, but I know that mask wearing is very important. And I can poke your eye out with something. Or if you don't poke your eye out with something, you might take a bite. You gotta tell them what's the control. And then you get on the mask. You can have a chat. But you gotta be careful. And watch it give this armor. And watch out for the build-up of mold.
Oh.
Build-up of
mold.
what?
Mold. Okay. Behind the mask, you get some mold occasionally.
Okay.
All right. All right, I got another question then.
What?
So what sort of advice could you give a guy who spent all of his rent money on lottery tickets, and now that rent is coming up and all of his money is in Chevron, he has no idea what to do?
Tough. Next question.
Next question.
Next. I don't have anything to say about that. Come on.
You don't have anything to say
No,
about that?
never.
No?
No.
That's it?
You got to build up a bold.
All right, final question, sir.
Okay, I'm ready. Wait a minute.
Do you have a favorite chili recipe?
Do I ever? I'm telling you, what you do is you take your cans home, and you get your cans home. And then, lay up them, and turn them to the, and then you take your cans off, and and then take my favorite recipe is the cans and then you have, and then take a bag of food and empty them, and then it's a Denison's. Delicious Denison's.
All right.
Canned chili.
Well, Chainsaw Guy, I know you've been super busy. This is your busy time of year, and for you to take just a few minutes with us every year at Halloween, it doesn't feel like Halloween unless we talk to you, and you are always so helpful and have great advice.
Well, thank you. I've got to go back and work on. I'm remodeling my rec room, you know.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I got to go back to work on that. I built a display case for all of my old Playboy magazines, and now I'm going to build a little rack where I put all of my Perry Como records.
Perry Como
Perry
records.
Como. Listen, you put on a Perry Como and open a Playboy. Can of Denison's and I'm set.
Okay.
See you later.
Happy Halloween,
Happy
Chainsaw
Halloween,
Guy.
sir.
Right, big boy news and Opinioendo now brought to you by.
If you want a better deal, go see Strong Volkswagen. Unlock stronger pricing at strongvw.com.
Thank you.
Well, let's see where to start. How about? Oh, here's great news. Doja Cat. Doja Cat will be hosting the MTV. We're excited, aren't we?
Sure, why
The
not?
2021 MTV
Good for
Video
her.
Music Awards. Doja Cat will be hosting. She says, quote, "I'm hosting." And then she said, "Wow, wow, 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 wow."
That's a lot of wows.
Let's see, 1, 2. Oh, I left a couple out. Wow, 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 she said. Quoting, she said, so she's articulate and talented. There you go. She will be hosting. And Ron Jeremy is going to be kind of kicking horse turds down the road, I'm afraid.
Well, if the road is in jail.
Yeah. Adult film star Ron Jeremy has been indicted. Doesn't mean convicted, but he's been indicted in Los Angeles on more than 30 counts of sexual assault stemming from allegations made by more than 20 women that span at least a quarter of a century. Jeremy, who is 68 now, faces dozens of counts of forcible rape, 7 counts of forcible 6 counts of
yeah, we don't.
And also various counts of yick.
Well, wasn't that his job?
Yick
Why
with
is he in
foreign
trouble
objects.
for doing his job?
Yick with foreign. Yeah, no,
this was not his job.
Well, his job was to be an actor in pornographic movies, not
assault women.
Yeah,
repeatedly?
then assault women. And even if it were women that were in the movies, they were there doing their job.
Yeah, there's
for him to
consent
then,
involved in that as well.
In all, he faces 34 criminal counts based on allegations levied by 22 different women. Jeremy has denied all wrongdoing and pleaded not guilty. His attorney, Stu Goldfarb, could not be immediately reached for comment. Prosecutors first charged Jeremy with 4 counts of rape back in June of 2020, alleging that he had used his celebrity, and it is considerable, to prey on vulnerable victims inside bars along Hollywood's Sunset Strip. So he'd hang out in the bars. Ron Jeremy, in the weeks that followed, investigators with the LA County Sheriff's Department said the district attorney received dozens of additional complaints. Oh, yeah, Ron did that to me, too.
Wait a minute, Ron did that to me, too.
It was amazing to me, and I've told the story before, meeting Ron Jeremy when he was here in Salt Lake.
You hosted an event with him.
Yeah, I hosted I didn't host it with him.
For him.
I what do you call it? Monitored or moderated a debate between Ron Jeremy and a guy from the Christian right, and they were traveling around college campuses doing this debate about pornography, and it was astonishing to me how many people flocked to see Ron Jeremy after the show and wanted to be around him and talk to him, because he's just a creepy looking guy. I mean,
creepy. Oh yeah.
Well, here we go. The Atlantic magazine telling us the COVID virus, coronavirus, it's here forever, ladies and gentlemen.
Yay!
That's the title of the
article. Way to go, everybody.
COVID-19 is not going well. Everybody.
Way to go, everybody that didn't get vaccinated and thinks masks are dumb, because you are part of the problem.
COVID-19 is not going away. The virus that causes it is on track to become endemic rather than pandemic, like the ones that caused, the common cold. You'll probably encounter it at some point in your life if you haven't already. Now, that doesn't mean you should stop taking precautions.
No.
You can still buy some time to vaccinate more people and avoid deadly hospital surges, but the virus will be part of our lives in the long term. We need to prepare people for that. The current wave of cases is not going to come down to zero, one psychologist said. The virus itself still could get worse. Delta could continue to ratchet up the rate of spread, or it could be ousted by another even worse variant of the COVID virus. Global inequities could worsen as the virus transitions to endemicity. The human and economic costs of new diseases are borne by everyone, but unequally. People in poorer countries, there's not a lot of help for them. Eventually, the coronavirus will become less worrisome, though, they say. When everybody has some immunity, a COVID-19 diagnosis becomes as routine as a diagnosis for strep or the flu. So you say, I'm not feeling well. What is it? And you go get.
But we're not there yet.
We can't get there until everybody does what they're supposed to do, and Florida is not helping. Or Missouri.
Yeah, Ron DeSantis is, and Ron DeSantis is still, with no mask mandates, not encouraging people to get vaccinated, even though he himself has been vaccinated.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
He's, I think it's criminal behavior, frankly.
Yeah. Well, he was on Fox News last night saying that Biden's to blame because he ran for election. He said he'd get rid of COVID, and he hasn't yet.
Well, y'all need to do your part.
Mm-hmm.
He can't wave a wand and make it go away.
Although Ron DeSantis can not wave a wand and the virus rages.
Yes, and still be the GOP frontrunner for presidential nominee.
Medical experts say that it's wishful thinking to believe COVID-19 doesn't make children as sick as adults. Kids are susceptible. Kids transmit the virus and we are in a precarious position because of that, said evolutionary virologist Stephen Goldstein. At a press event on Wednesday at the University of Utah, experts shot down the widely accepted theory that COVID-19 goes easy on the kids. I'll go out on a little bit of a limb here and say I think that was just wishful thinking for the most part. I don't think that made a lot of sense based on what we know about other respiratory viruses, said Dr. Goldstein. Here in Utah, we reported 1,585 new COVID cases,
Great.
and 374 of those cases were children. The rolling 7-day average for positive tests, 1,122 per day. That's way too many. Some companies might start requiring unvaccinated employees to pay more for health insurance.
Well, they're a higher risk, and it's expensive to be on a ventilator.
Delta Airlines announced Wednesday employees unvaccinated against COVID-19 will start paying $200 a month more for insurance coverage. Now, my first thought is to say, well, why don't you just fire them and get people who are vaccinated? Because it's hard to find people.
Yes.
That's
in
the
just
reason.
about any business, it's hard to find people.
So the next best thing Delta can do is say, well, you have to start paying $200 more for insurance. Maybe that will encourage them to say, I don't want to pay the money. The airline cited increased costs and risks for unvaccinated individuals. More companies who utilize self-funded medical insurance could follow suit. The large section of Pleasant Grove, Utah, under the water there, don't drink it.
E. coli.
Boil order. It's poo water. Officials say one residence in the Battle Creek zone of Lehigh. I didn't know there was a
Battle Creek.
Yeah, I didn't know there was an area of Lehigh called Battle Creek.
There was a big battle there.
Excuse me, Pleasant Grove. The Battle Creek zone of the city tested positive during a routine monthly testing process. The cause of the positive test has not been determined, but there's E. coli in the water. And one Utah town has now run out of water.
Schofield.
There is
just no water.
Yeah.
There's no
you
water.
turn on the tap and there's
none.
nothing there.
And you know where Schofield is? It's right on the Schofield Reservoir.
It's up there near
you go up
Carbon County.
Yeah,
Spanish Fork County?
I think it's in Carbon County.
Colville.
You go up Spanish Fork Canyon and about halfway to Price, you turn right and go up into the mountains there.
So that's just
no more.
There's no water there. Yeah.
Yeah, they've run out of water. Intermountain Healthcare is increasing the minimum wage they pay their employees to $15 an hour.
Good.
The minimum wage will increase to $15 starting on September 19th of this year. It affects about 2,200 employees who are currently paid less than $15 an hour. Additionally, Intermountain said that it would adjust pay for 12,800 employees in more than 250 jobs. Most of the increases will range between 3% and 7%. So I think it's great. Doctors are going to start making at least $15 an hour.
That's great.
That's really
They
terrific.
deserve it.
I think so. And Gina, this is for you.
Okay.
I know you're going to like it.
Okay.
The next big thing, or the big thing right now, easy, breezy,
yes,
totally comfortable,
yes,
the nap dress.
Oh, we've talked about the nap dress.
Yes.
I haven't talked about the nap dress.
I told you that this is a wonderful thing, the nap dress.
Maybe it was a day I wasn't here.
It may be, so go ahead.
The romantic garment.
Yes.
Do we have a picture of the nap dress?
Is experiencing quite the renaissance. The nap dresses are loose-fitting, flowy, and feminine.
Yes.
I want one.
Because, so like you're in your work clothes now.
Okay.
And you go home, and especially with the hour that we work, sometimes you take a little nap in the afternoon. But you don't want to nap in your jeans and to put on something, it's not your nighttime, it's not your jammies, it's not your nighttime, but just something kind of loose and soft and to take a nap in.
So I don't.
No?
I don't get it. No, I would just take off my pants and then get and my shirt and get in bed.
I think you need a moo-moo.
I don't know. If
You don't want a moo-moo?
If I'm going to go that far, I'm going to go with a nap dress.
No, because napping, I don't get all the way, and there's no covers and crawling in bed. That's the nighttime thing.
Oh, okay.
You might stay there too long if you do that.
The only fitted part of the dress is around the bust, and other key features of the nap dress include heavy smocking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that is. Over-exaggerated puff sleeves.
You're smocking me, aren't you?
And a typically long, slightly pleated skirt. Nap dresses may be comfortable enough to sleep in, but their purpose goes far beyond that of a nightgown. The brilliance of the nap dress and similar house dresses is that they are generally dressy enough to wear to the office.
Well, I don't know about that.
Sure.
Or at the very least, if the doorbell rings while you're napping, and it's the Federal Express guy, and you can go to the door and go, "Hi."
See, Bill, if you've just taken your pants off,
Yeah,
you
I have
can't
to put
answer
'em
the.
on.
Yeah, you can't just hop up and answer the door.
I always thought that was a great outfit that Endora from Bewitched always wore.
Exactly.
Mrs. Roper was another one.
That's essentially now Mrs. Roper. That was a moo-moo.
That's a moo.
And Dora, that would be more of a nap dress.
More of a nap dress. Yeah.
I'm thinking
I
about.
think you should get one, Bill.
Well,
yeah,
maybe.
All right. Sports, weather, traffic.
Okay, let's see. Pistol Pete voted worst college mascot.
Yeah, I saw this.
In a nationwide survey conducted by a promotional company specializing in logos and branding, they have determined that the OSU mascot, Pistol Pete, worst mascot and most creepy. He won 2 awards. So the list of the worst mascots are Pistol Pete for Oklahoma State, Purdue Pete of Purdue. So Pete mascots are bad.
The competing Petes.
Yeah. We've got, of course, got the Stanford tree because it's a tree. It's a terrible mascot. The Demon Deacon. Now I like the Demon Deacon.
What is he?
He's a demon. He's got a top hat and a bow tie.
Oh, that's what makes him a deacon.
Yeah,
but he's a deacon.
But he's a demon.
Okay.
Now, Bill, the Nittany Lion is number 6 on the worst mascot list. I don't know. You are a Nittany.
It was just a lion. I don't know.
The best.
Tend to your Nittany Lion.
It was like a cougar.
Huh.
Best number 1, Willie the Wildcat from Northwestern University. Pouncer from University of Memphis.
Pouncer.
And Southpaw and Mrs. Paula, University of South Alabama. They have 2.
I don't like any of these.
No. The Oregon Duck. Do you like
a duck? That's
sure.
okay.
Goldie the Gopher.
Sure. My niece is going to be going to Oregon, so yeah, we'll go with the duck.
All right. That's sports. Weather, it's cool this morning, 66 right now, going to get up to 88. The bad news is the smoke is coming back. It's already started here. Yeah, the smoke back through the weekend, it looks like. We do have a slight chance of thunderstorms tonight. Did you guys see that lightning last night?
Oh, missed it.
It's kind of crazy over, it was right over your house, Carrie. I thought the gods were upset. They're on
What time?
Mount Olympus. Well, you were asleep.
I was
by then.
probably
Yeah,
fast asleep by then.
88 for a high today. Traffic, we don't have any more information about this SWAT incident. Northbound 20th West at 3rd North in Davis County. I think that's in West Point. Not sure exactly what's going on there, but they're asking you to avoid driving through that area. There's no other accidents or anything to report unless you see something. You can text it to us, 33986. Katrubis Dodge is now Young Dodge Layton. New name, same great service, selection of vehicles. See selection online at youngchrysler.dodge.jeepram.com. Think Young, think Layton.
All right. Now would be if you'd like, call to line up to beat Gina if you want to get in there early. 877-602-9696. Trivia about the decade of the 70s.
We have Radio from Hell face mask and a Funko Pop. I think they're Walking Dead Funko Pops.
Yeah.
And you can pick.
Walking Dead Funko Pop figures.
You can pick between Glenn or Herschel.
A friend of the program sent these in, and I should have kept their name on them.
You never would have even opened the package if it hadn't been for me.
So you can thank Bill.
All right.
Gina was afraid to open the package.
So 877-602-9696. Geek News Now brought to you by.
Be prepared for your day. Watch 2 News this morning on KUTV2 from 4:30 to 7 a.m.
Thank you. Let's see. Now, all people are talking about this week is the release of the Spider-Man No Way Home trailer. And people wanted me to
Doesn't
go
that kind
through
of give away the end? No way home.
No Way Home.
This-
Well, he can't go home because everybody knows who he is.
Oh.
See, that's what happened in the end of the last movie, is his identity was revealed.
And that's no good.
J. Jonah Jameson on his Daily Bugle YouTube show. Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
Well, then he can't hide anymore.
So there's no way home because he's also wanted for murder. The alleged murder of Mysterio. But he didn't.
Of course he didn't.
Anyway, so we'll break down the trailer a little bit here. I don't want to get into too many details because I don't want to give things away, but take a look at it.
Oh, look at this. This is a good one. Some suggest that Parker's powers include the male spider's ability to hypnotize females.
Stop. Come on.
Yes.
Now, see, everybody knows that Spider-Woman who does that, not Pete. No, Spider-Woman has that power. Anyway, just a fun little bit. But it all centers around him, his identity now being out there.
Peter Parker.
Listen,
Yeah.
I did not kill Mysterio.
Now he's being interrogated by a guy here. Saying, I didn't kill Mysterio.
Right.
The guy interrogating him has a DODC written on his jacket. Now I think that's referencing the Department of Damage Control, which was in the first Spider-Man movie, which was established by Stark, and is now a U.S. government group. And what they do is they go in and they clean up after superhero messes.
Yeah,
That's all they do.
It'd be a great job.
Now, in this trailer, Peter tells Doctor Strange about the situation.
Okay.
Everybody knows who I am.
Okay.
So, Peter,
And so he...
do I owe the pleasure?
I'm sorry to bother you, sir.
Please, we saved half the universe together. I think we're beyond you calling me sir.
Okay, Steven.
That feels weird, but I'll allow it.
When Mysterio revealed my identity, my entire life got screwed up. I was wondering if maybe you could make it so that he never did.
Strange. Don't cast that spell. It's too dangerous. Fine. I won't.
But we don't know Doctor Strange too arrogant to say, nobody
can't tell me what to do.
Nobody tells him what to do.
Forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
Wait, everyone? Can't some people still know?
That's not how the spell works.
So MJ's gonna forget about everything we've ever been through?
Stop tampering with the spell.
Oh my God, Ned, he's my best friend. Oh, my Aunt May should really stop talking.
So what Doctor Strange does, he makes everybody forget that Peter Parker is Spider-Man.
Does that mean Peter Parker will forget that he's Spider-Man?
No, because Peter was in the loop. He was in the loop of the spell. Now, this has happened in the comic books. I'm not saying this is what will happen in the movie, but we have examples of this in the comic books. There was a big event called One More Day. The storyline saw Peter and Mary Jane's marriage come to an end, dissolve in a deal with the devil to save Aunt May's life. That was what the devil said to them. It says, I'll save her life, but because of that, you guys can't be married anymore, and you're going to forget that you even had anything.
Man.
So there was that incident. One Moment in Time from 2010 by Joe Quesada is said immediately after One More Day and sees Peter ask Doctor Strange for assistance in healing MJ after she's targeted by a hitman in this new reality. Failed to kill Aunt May. All right. He also asked for a spell to erase everyone's memory of Spider-Man's real identity after the events of the comic book version of Civil War, where Tony was on the side of, the Accords and everything. We need to register. And he encouraged Peter to do a press conference and pull his mask off. Everybody knew who he was then. He went to Doctor Strange and said, I need everybody to forget who I am. And Doctor Strange does that. But what happens is that in the final incantation, Peter pulls MJ into the spell, so she remembers his identity, but nobody else does.
So you think that might?
But she held it against him, and it led to the two of them being distant and broken up until just recently in the comics. So there's precedent for this spell going on thing. So we'll find out what happens. But it does lead to the Multiverse of Madness. And,
in the movies,
yes.
Is that still J.K. Simmons playing?
J.K. Simmons. Oh, who else could play J. Jonah Jameson?
I didn't know he. I didn't know he still was still doing it.
Yeah, he doesn't have the flat top or the. I think
He's
still
just
has
bald,
the mustache.
isn't
He's
he?
just bald, but he's J. Jonah Jameson. He doesn't run a newspaper. He has a YouTube channel because that makes more sense.
I guess so.
He's more of an Alex Jonesy kind of.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what he is. And finally, this because Candyman opens this weekend. And Sean Means is going to review that for us today, and I hear good things. Katie, if you'd like to see the final Candyman trailer, go to idareyou.candymanmovie.com/video.
That's a dare.
But you have to say Candyman 5 times into your microphone in order for it to play. So
No, don't do it, Katie.
If you dare.
Do it. Or don't do it at work. If you're going to do it at home. I don't want to bring
don't
that
do it here. We don't need that trouble here. We got enough problems.
Police incident northbound 20th West at 3rd North in Davis County. This is due to a SWAT situation there. Still don't have any details on why there's a SWAT situation there, but police are asking you to avoid that area. Let's see. That's all I've got, at least as far as UDOT's concerned. And as far as you're concerned, you haven't sent us in anything. But if you would like to, please, 33986. Need to sell your car? Tim Daly Auto Group has a dedicated team of 7 that buys cars at Tim Daly Ford, Infiniti, and all 3 Tim Daly Nissan locations.
All right. Let's see. Time for you to call in and play Beat Gina. We've got a Radio from Hell face mask, which you're going to need the rest of your life. And we also have a Walking Dead Funko Pop for you as well. You get to choose between Herschel or Glenn.
Well, there's no choice there, is there?
Well, I know which one I'd pick.
Oh, Herschel, right?
Well, that's
Has
me.
to be Herschel.
That's me. That's
Yeah.
me. I don't know.
My daughter would pick Glenn. She likes.
All right. So it's 877-602-9696 is the number to call to beat Gina.
X96 is...
X96.com/live is where you can see us broadcasting live from our homes. Proof of life right there.
I just realized it's where you can see me grimacing.
Why so
it's-
grimacing, Bill?
Yeah, for 19 weeks, yeah.
Well, really, just today, just the last half hour or so, I never get headaches. I don't ever get a headache. It's something that never has been a problem with me. And I've got a headache. I don't.
Is it this big? Does it have Excedrin written all over it?
It's not huge, but because I never get a headache, it's like just almost unbearable. And yet I realize it's not very bad. But it's just like, oh my God.
How much water are you drinking?
Yeah, you drinking enough water?
Probably not.
That's a big one. I've been getting headaches recently because I'm not drinking enough water.
Jeez.
That's
Carrie's
not
here to
bubbly
help.
water.
That's not Carrie. That's Dr. Nick.
I have a pill that will help you, Bill.
Yeah, unfortunately, the pills that would help me are downstairs.
Oh well, okay. Gina, what were you playing with? What did you have?
Well, just so school. It starts for Jonesy tomorrow, actually.
So Friday?
Yeah, well, it's orientation day. So
Oh, okay.
And it's for all intents.
That's where that orientation day is where they tell them which direction to face.
To orient yourself, right?
Yeah.
So it is upon us, and Muhammad starts next week, and I had ordered some of Muhammad's uniform from Land's End, and so I was getting it out of the box yesterday and getting ready to wash some of those clothes so they can be ready for Monday, and I'm pulling all the papers out of the box, and at the bottom of the box there's this card, and it says, I'm showing you at x96.com/live. It says a special gift for customers of Land's End, a $100 wine voucher.
Wow.
Delivery included, it says.
Well, you have to remember, Land's End is a land where grown-ups live. So.
That's what I was going to say. It's something called nakedwines.com. And I went there, and it's like a wine of the month club. You can buy cases of wine there, and I have to claim this within 30 days to get my $100 worth of wine.
Does it have states that are excluded on it?
Well, of course Utah's excluded.
Well, I think there might be a way you can do it.
No, there's no.
You sure?
You can't ship wine. You can't ship wine.
You can to the liquor store.
Yeah, how does that work now?
I think there might be a way you can have it shipped to the liquor store.
Because Pro Flowers did the same thing. They would send, thank you for your purchase, and here's, X amount of dollars at a wine store, and I could never use them. I'd send them to Drew in California, and he used them.
Well, I posted this on Twitter, so probably somebody has stolen my codes already. I would love to know if somebody got that and is getting their $100 worth of wine. But Land's End knows what parents need when they're getting ready for school this year, and I think $100 worth of wine is a great school supply to supply for parents.
You said it's upon us. You said Catholic school is upon us. That's a Catholic holiday I'm not familiar with. What is the Catholic
Saint
holiday of
Eponus.
upon us? Saint Eponus. What is
the
that?
patron saint of quarantines is
Saint Eponus.
Catholics!
Yeah, so what's here? It's happening. It's school. We're doing school.
Okay.
Now, I have never ordered a case of anything from the liquor store. Never done that. And Sue told me that I should order a couple of cases of those sparkling wines in the can that Jimmy had for us last week. And so I just went, can I do that online, or do I need to go down there? I've never done that before.
I don't know for sure, but I know you can do it.
Yeah.
You probably need to go down there.
I think you have to go there.
And see,
or you might be able to online, because they could verify your they could verify your information online.
Yeah, it sounds like a question for Jimmy the wine guy next time we have him on.
Well, I can't wait that long, can I?
I need to drink now.
The weekend is coming, Gina.
And unfortunately, there's no other way to contact Jimmy other than just when he's on our show.
I know, right?
Yeah. Damnedest thing.
All right.
Beat Gina much, anyone?
What?
You know you want to. So gather round and play the game that will get your juices flowing. Yes, beat Gina. Better than an argument in the shower or a gift from a listener to awaken your sleepy brain. And now, your host has parked his chariot and entered the studio to help us all play this great game. Today, he's wearing an outfit made entirely of gum wrappers and glue.
Wow.
Crafted by small children in Tabiona, Utah. Here he is, Carrie Jackson.
Thank you, Johnny. Thank you so much.
Well, I like that suit.
Oh,
It's
thank you.
shiny.
It is, isn't it? Let's see. We tossed a coin off the air out of all the people lined up to beat Gina. We tossed a coin. Renee won the toss.
Hi, Renee.
Hello, Renee. Are you there?
Yes. Hi.
Hi.
Renee, now if you beat Gina at 70s decade trivia, you will win yourself a Radio from Hell face mask and one of these Walking Dead Funko Pops. Which one would you like, Glenn or Herschel?
Herschel.
Okay.
Do you know who either of those
She's
are?
not even sure what she's winning. But anyway, We'll put aside the Herschel one for you, and you can.
You'll like them. They're cute.
They're adorable. So you'll win that if you beat her at trivia. But if she beats you, what does Gina get?
I'm going to donate $100 to Childhood Cancer Society.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Wow. All right. Well, let's toss another coin now to determine who goes first. It does give you an advantage in the game. Where did my coin toss app go?
I don't know.
There it is. Okay. It moved. That's odd. Heads or tails, Renee?
Heads.
Heads. All right. Coin toss app says heads. That means
Renee goes first.
You go first, Renee.
Yay.
So this first question is for you exclusively. If you get it correct, you get the point. If you don't get it correct, Gina gets a chance to answer it correctly and steal the point away from you.
Mm-hmm.
Then we'll go back and forth like that until one of you gets 3 points. All right, here we go. Because on this day, the 70s show premiered in 1998. 1970s trivia. Renee, here we go. First question. In 1974, one of these groups won the Eurovision Song Contest. Which one of these groups won that in 1974? Was it A, the Rupert Grint Experience, B, The Cure, C, ABBA, or D, the Oily Johnnies?
A.
The Rupert Grint Experience?
Oh, Renee.
Yes.
Sorry. Gina gets a chance to steal. The question, we're in for a long one.
I believe it's ABBA.
It is ABBA. Yes, C, ABBA.
It's 1-0. Gina is in the lead. She also controls the question.
All right, Gina?
Yes.
In 1972,
Yes.
the first commercially successful video game was released.
Okay.
What was it? Was it A, Pac-Man, B, Personal Space Invaders,
Okay.
C, Sticky Balls,
Okay.
or D, Pong?
It's Bill's favorite game, actually. Pong.
He loves
It's
Pong.
the only one I know how to play. Or Bill knows how to play.
Johnny.
It's the only one Bill knows how to play.
Johnny
He
knows how to
told
play
me.
all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
It's now 2-0 in Gina's favor. Now Renee has a chance to get back into the game.
All right. Renee, let me look for something that might work for you. Okay. Where do the characters on That 70s Show normally hang out? Is it A, the foreman's basement, B, a bar called the Drunken Clam, C, the bowling alley, or D, a bar called the Regal Beagle?
A.
There you go,
Foreman's
Renee.
basement. There we go. I see where Renee's coming. Okay.
Renee has prolonged the agony. It's 2-1, but Gina controls the question and has a chance to win.
Let's see. Gina, in That 70s Show,
Yes.
what was Eric's nickname at camp? Was it A, Captain Trustworthy, B, Dr. Courteous, C, Chief Cheerful, or D, Dr. Pee-Pee?
I don't know. Let's go with Captain Courteous.
Well, it's Dr. Courteous.
Dr.
Is that what you're going
Courteous,
with?
Yes.
Dr. Courteous is incorrect.
Oh, Renee.
Renee.
You have a chance to tie the game here.
It was the last one.
Just can't bring herself to say.
Don't make Renee say.
All right, it's Dr. Pee-Pee.
Oh, now,
That
see,
is-
now we're all tied up.
There you go.
Renee, you've come roaring back.
I like to think of it as the agony being prolonged. And now it's Renee's chance to win the game.
Oh.
She controls the question, I believe.
Okay, Renee, let's see. In the 70s, which kind of shoes made a bold statement and became very popular? Was it A, flippers with heels, so you could go swimming anytime? B, shoes that resembled bare feet, but they had a high heel? C, platforms, or D, the Tupperware sandwich sandal, which actually held one sandwich in each sandal.
Oh, Renee.
It was C.
Platforms.
Yes, Renee wins the game.
Wow.
A legitimate winner. She gets to claim the prizes.
Wow.
But unfortunately, those children won't get the donation to the Cancer Society.
Sadly. But hey, at least
Yes, they
Renee.
will.
Oh,
What?
Renee said yes, they will.
Oh.
Renee's going to donate it. Way to go, Renee.
That's good, Renee.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Thank you very much.
Hang on the line, and Katie will get your information.
All right, we're going to put you on
Okay.
hold, Renee. There we go. And Katie can get your...
Why did I never see that 70s show?
I kept waiting for you to start singing Don't Walk Away, Renee, and you didn't at any point during that. No?
I'll do that in the shower later on.
Where did Johnny go?
He left.
That was really fast.
I'm out here.
He just ran right away. All right.
Crash south on I-15, milepost 248. That's 1 mile south of Payson. Crash eastbound I-80 at 13th West in Salt Lake. It's the right shoulder being affected there. And what do you see? Let's see. SWAT issue is not an issue. Roads are clear. Thank you.
Oh,
They've
for
stopped
that.
spotting?
I
Is
guess
It says it's just 5 or 6 cops behind a 7-Eleven.
Okay, we'll just let that be then.
All right.
That's traffic.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Bonus round one. Here are the candidates you'll be. I like that song, "Walk Away, Renee." Now that you mention it, by the Left Bank. Here, a boner candidate number one will be. He had a lot of student debt to pay off. Okay. Boner candidate number two, like a sex worker. Really? And boner candidate number three, won't someone please run against and hopefully beat Todd Weiler?
Okay, we got round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up. Stand by for that. Salt Lake Film Society. Go to slfs.org and take a look at the drive-in. It's the Studio Backlot Motor Cinema.
Yeah.
They got a great selection of movies this weekend. Big Lebowski.
One of my favorites.
And then on Saturday, Pink Floyd, The Wall.
Another favorite of mine. Boy, look at this lineup.
Yeah, it's an incredible lineup all throughout the fall.
Ooh.
These movies are running through mid-October. They are collaborating with Salt Lake Film Society is collaborating with the Redmond Movies and Stories, and they're an actual working movie studio. They produce stuff there all the time. It's an outdoor movie experience. The number of cars that are they're limited, 45, 50 cars, something like that. But you can watch these movies on a big screen. So get your tickets now. Go to the website, slfs.org, and buy them.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their bishop and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We begin our drama at the Space Bus Depot in Provo as our fine young missionaries-to-be, Lehigh Christiansen and LaRon Butch Jinson, arrive in Happy Valley and await transportation to the MTC.
Hi, I'm Lehigh Christiansen. Isn't this exciting?
Oh, is this your first time in a space bus depot?
No, I mean getting your mission call.
Well, it was either this or a stint in the Space Marines. This way I'm out in 2 years and my parents are still happy.
I've been waiting for this day since I was 8. I've been putting galactic credits into my missionary fund for the past 11 years.
Oh.
I can't wait to get into the field and start finding people to convert.
Wow, you sure are in the right place. Well, my folks promised me a new land speeder if I found some way to avoid getting sent home early.
Oh, looky, there's a droid over there holding a sign with my name on it.
Must be our escort to the MTC.
I am Decon 1. If you will follow me, I will show you to the MTC and get you settled into your quarters there.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Later, we find our strapping young lads in the midst of their indoctrination. Butch has just been told that he will have Lehigh as his companion for the next 2 years.
Hey, wait a minute. 2 years with this guy?
You don't seem overly enthusiastic about the prospect of spending 2 years with me.
I'm not.
Well, I think it's a keen idea.
If you two are through, I would like to commence with your indoctrination. Here at the MTC, you will be given memory-enhancing implants. At the same time, a universal translating device will be placed inside your skull. You'll be outfitted with the latest in missionary technology, a laptop computer which contains the Bible, Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. It also serves as a holo projector to allow you to show your prospective converts those wonderful animated tales from the Book of Mormon, which have been loved by millions for centuries. You will also be issued a Mark 32 10-speed bicycle with hyperdrive and one of those cute luggage racks on the back. These bikes are capable of warp 9.3 and have a cruising radius of over 270 parsecs. You will be shown how to properly care for your hyperbike, and you will be responsible for its upkeep. Any questions?
Yeah. Implants? Like inside my head?
Yes.
Keen! When do we start?
Will Butch let the fine folks at the MTC put equipment in his head? Will Lehigh volunteer to do it for them if it'll get him into the field faster? Does the Mark 32 Hyperbike come with a luggage rack standard, or is it a dealer add-on? Tune in next time for the answers to these questions and to hear our elders say...
What you doing, Butch?
Reprogramming my name badge so that instead of Elder LaRon Jensen, it reads Butch.
I think the manual prohibits tampering with the MTC issue equipment.
I'm sure it does. Hey, you want to help me put some fender flares on my bike?
On our next kidney-wrenching episode of Space Elders.
Okay, it's 7:21, time for round one of your boners. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here does not make it boner of the day. You see, because round 2 happens at 8:20, we do this again with 3 more candidates, get another winner there. So then we have 2 winners, 1 from each round. We put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day. That's when boner fight happens. So right now, pick one of these 3 in this round to send forward. Here we go. 2 candidates now. A third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you will vote. And one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a can't buy it, got to win it, Radio from Hell boner t-shirt.
Okay, now, boner candidate number 1. He had a lot of med school debt. A Florida hospital said it has removed a local doctor who posted on social media. It's a smart doctor, too. Posted on social media that he would provide mask opt-out letters at a price of $50 for parents who did not want their children to be required to comply with school mask mandates.
Take his license away.
The Capital Regional Medical Center in Tallahassee said it had been notified on Facebook. Posts made by Brian Warden, a recent medical school graduate who moved from Philadelphia to Tallahassee to work for a physician group that contracted with the hospital.
A screenshot shared by a local TV station showed that Mr. Warden, Dr. Warden, I'm assuming now former Dr. Warden, had posted on Facebook in a group titled Parents Against Masks, telling Leon County parents to private message him private message me if you need a medical exemption for your child. Warden said in a subsequent post that he was offering the service under Dovefield Health LLC, his own business, which, according to Florida Secretary of State records, was incorporated in July.
In July?
Yeah, July 26th. He said, I'm thinking I'm getting scammed or something because, well, I didn't know that this was. You're not getting scammed. You were trying to make some money. He had a lot of med school debt to pay off. That was the deal. Boner candidate number 1. Here's boner candidate number 2. Like a sex worker. Really? Really? Spencer Eldon, the man whose unusual baby portrait was used for one of the most recognizable album covers of all time, Nirvana's Nevermind, has filed a lawsuit alleging that the nude image constituted child pornography. The album cover depicts Mr. Eldon underwater when he was just a baby in a swimming pool with his he's naked. He's all there. His little, as my grandfather used to call it, tallywhacker is showing. The image has generally been understood as a statement on capitalism, as it includes the digital imposition of a dollar bill on a fish hook.
Yeah.
And the baby appears to be enthusiastically swimming toward the dollar bill.
Yeah, it's capitalism.
Non-sexualized photos of infants are generally not considered child pornography under the law. However, Robert V. Lewis, Mr. Eldon's lawyer, offers an unusual interpretation of the image to argue that it crosses the line into child pornography, writing that the inclusion of currency in the shot, the dollar bill, makes the baby appear to be like a sex worker.
What?
No.
No. And to top this off, Mr. Eldon, the baby, who's now an adult man, has many times in the past appeared in promotional things.
And been interviewed about it. And joked about it.
He's jumped into the water as a young adult and recreated the album cover and joked about it and so forth. But this
He's trying to make some money.
It's a blatant cash grab. But really, shouldn't he be suing his parents?
Yeah,
because they allowed it to happen. I mean,
he's just trying to get money out of.
I think this attorney or someone close to him has said, you know what?
We could, that's what's going on.
You could make a lot of money.
Boner candidate number 2, like a sex worker. Really? Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, won't someone please run against Todd Weiler and win?
Boner candidate number 3 for round 1. Coming up after this, Big Boy News and Opinioendo brought to you by.
For a limited time, get a professional AC tune-up or AC diagnostic service for only $39 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
Paulina Porizkova, married for a long time to Rick Ocasek, right? Continues to be one of the poster women for body positivity among women who are over the age of 50. The stunning model, and she is, who is 56 years old, shared a video of herself wearing a blazer with nothing underneath except a pair of black underwear and a gold necklace.
Was she cold?
And in the clip, she appears. She looks lovely.
Okay.
I'm not criticizing her.
Okay.
And it's a very it's just, she looks great, and she's dancing, except she's not dancing. They say she's dancing. That ain't dancing. I don't know what it is, but it ain't dancing. And if you want to take a look at it, it's out there available. It is amazing that she looks so good at the age.
So this is just a story about her looking good. She's not.
Well, no, it's a story about
I was waiting
somebody
for her,
saying
and she was talking
no,
about
no.
Oh.
There's no particular. I think she's just doing it for a photo shoot. But my only objection is they say that she's dancing. I don't know what that is. That's not dancing. Not really dancing. Let's see. This should be interesting. Maya Rudolph and Andy Samberg are going to host a Hollywood holiday baking competition series called Baking It.
Baking It.
The 6th episode holiday competition will feature 8 teams of 2 talented home bakers who will join them in Maya and Andy's winter cabin. I didn't know they shared a winter cabin.
Isn't that nice?
For a celebration of culinary holiday tradition.
So it's the holiday edition of the Great British Baking Show,
Yeah,
except
Americanized.
Americanized.
Yeah. But I think it could be it could be amusing. Let's see what else is going on here.
I like her, so I'll
she's
tune
very
in.
funny. They both are. I like Andy
Mm-hmm.
Samberg too.
In western South Dakota's Meade County, more than 1 in 3 COVID-19 tests are currently returning positive. That's southwestern South Dakota, Meade County. You know, where the Sturgis motorcycle rally
My
was.
freedoms.
Over the last 3 weeks, 1 in 3 have been tested positive. The 7-day average case counts have increased by 3,400%. This exponential growth in cases is pretty much assuredly attributed to the 81st Sturgis motorcycle rally. 500,000 people were there. And they did the same thing at the beginning of the pandemic. And people said, you know, there's going to be a lot of coronavirus coming out of that. Well, whatever. Vaccine protection. The studies are now showing that the protection from the vaccine starts to lessen within about 6 months of the second shot that you get, but it's still effective against the Delta variant. The protection provided by Pfizer and AstraZeneca COVID-19 vaccines, starts to fall off a little bit within 6 months. That's why they're now saying booster shots will probably be necessary. And how will you get a booster shot? When will you know that they're available? To get the booster shot, most Utahns will probably schedule shots with pharmacies and doctors. They're not going to do any mass vaccination sites
Like
again.
they did at the Salt Palace.
But they probably don't have any need to.
Probably not.
Because there are so many places now. With 8-month booster shots expected to be approved soon for most people who have received coronavirus vaccines, Utah is planning for another round of statewide shots. But this time it probably won't involve as many lines of cars and, tents and standing in line and all that. I don't believe there's any sort of intention to go back to the mass vaccination only model, said Tom Hidako, a spokesman for the Utah Department of Health. And I'm thinking this is going to be within a matter of days.
That we'll know.
Yeah, they're going to start saying, go get your shot if you fall within the 8-month parameter. Spencer Cox is considering issuing an executive order to allow for school masks.
Do it.
Unless he reportedly told local education officials from around the state that he would issue an executive order allowing for them to mandate masks in schools. And this tells me that a lot of schools want this to happen.
Yeah.
Now, I heard failed stand-up comedian Greg Hughes on the radio yesterday making jokes about all of this and making jokes about the superintendents of the schools. They don't want the mask mandate. They don't want mask mandates.
That's not necessarily the case.
They don't want the state to mandate a mask.
Greg, I don't think you're correct on that.
I don't think so either. By the way, I said that there was one Utah town officially out of drinking water, Schofield, Utah. Apparently, someone
another one
texted Echo, the
Echo.
little town of Echo. They don't have any drinking water there anymore. They have to truck it in
so that people have water.
Well,
to
don't
drink.
worry. Lehigh has plenty of water. Right?
Well, no, you can't. No.
Oh, wait. You got to boil it.
Yeah. And what about that radium in the
infrastructure?
Let's see. Let's move to here. This is so the January 6th attack on the Capitol. The House committee investigating that is pondering, and I think they will send out a wide-ranging subpoena for all kinds of documents and communications from the Trump administration for a few days leading up to and including January 6th.
Mm-hmm.
And Donald Trump has apparently said, well, if you do that, I'm going to claim executive immunity.
I don't think you can anymore.
Well, yeah, I mean, he can if it's his own communications. Even people who are not president anymore, they still have that executive immunity ability. But this committee is asking for documents from other people communicating with the White House. So that's where they should be able to be successful.
We can, in a roundabout way, get it.
But Trump is saying, well, I'm going to claim executive immunity. And he probably knows, or his lawyers probably know, that they won't be able to be successful, but it'll just slow things down.
And that's what he does. He slows things down. Right now, the executive privilege he has now is what's on the buffet at Mar-a-Lago. That's what.
Can I back the show up just for a minute?
Sure.
Because I think this is important. Back to this Governor Cox thing. Let me just read this.
Okay.
Governor Spencer Cox said he would issue an executive order allowing local education officials to require masks for students and staff in schools, but school officials told him the issue is now politicized and would be counterproductive. The offer came during a virtual meeting with local health officials, superintendents from around the state, legislative leaders.
This is what Hughes was talking about.
Yeah. But you're going on what Hughes said. Here's what the Tribune says about it. Several people involved in the meeting said Cox's offer was welcomed by health officials, but the superintendents pushed back because of the heated rhetoric and backlash such a move would likely bring. So the school superintendents were saying, well, that's nice, but we shouldn't do that because
it's hard?
Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, Hughes was kind of saying that.
Yeah.
He was saying, the superintendents couldn't agree.
So the superintendents,
that it was a good thing.
They don't want to do it because it's hard.
We don't want to make people mad. And my kids are both in Salt Lake City schools, and I asked Mohammed yesterday, because there's a mask mandate in Salt Lake City. I said, how are the masks at schools? He said, everybody's wearing them, and nobody cares, and it's not a big deal.
Exactly.
I picked up my daughter from school yesterday, and there were all these kids there waiting for, this is in the Salt Lake City schools, waiting for buses and rides and so forth. 99% of them had masks.
Yeah.
And if it's mandated, there's none of this bullying.
Exactly.
Which it's happening in other schools where kids that are going to school with masks, other kids are bullying them.
Yeah.
But if it's a mandate and everybody has to wear them, then everybody has to wear them.
So if they did mandate them, then I would say make sure your kid has a mask when. So if they have to start wearing them, make sure your kid has a mask that says on it, so F you.
Weather, traffic.
Okay, so the good news is not quite as hot, 88 for a high. The bad news is the smoke is coming back, and it will be for the next several days. Looks like through Sunday at least. So don't exercise outside, all that kind of stuff. All those warnings are coming back again. Chance of thunderstorms tonight, kind of like last night. Carrie and Bill slept through it, but all those lightning storms and things, we could have a little bit more of that.
I asked you to wake us up if it happened.
I
said, hey, give me the elbow, but no.
Bill, look. Let's see. It looks like we'll be in the mid to upper 80s for the next several days. Traffic. Friend of the program says the 3000 block of Lincoln Avenue in Ogden is blocked off. Huge police presence there. Thank you for sending that in via text at 33986. We appreciate that. Just make sure it's safe for you to do it. Crash south on I-15, 1 mile south of Payson, milepost 248 there. And a crash eastbound I-80, milepost 118. That's 13th West in Salt Lake. It is off to the right shoulder. Step into $400 with University Credit Union in 3 steps. Step into the nearest University Credit Union branch or go to ucreditu.com today to see how you qualify.
Here's Boner candidate number 3. won't somebody please just run against Todd Weiler and beat him? Whatever district that is, he's in here in Utah. I know he serves a lot of Farmington and that area. So I don't know what order these tweets appeared in, but here are two tweets from Todd Weiler. One yesterday said, "How many?" It says how of any of the, but I think it means
he typed it wrong. Even.
Yeah. How many of the 73 million children in the United States have died of COVID-19? And then he gives you choices: 360, 361, or 362.
His point being, no matter which one of these, it's not that many, is the point he's making.
That's, dead kids.
Yeah.
Dead kids.
Dead kids.
Yeah.
So 360, 361, 362, the dead kids are apparently fine with him. That's that. And then this tweet, statistically speaking, unvaccinated children have a lower chance of dying from COVID-19 than do vaccinated adults.
And
which Robert Gerke responded, statistically speaking, children are also extremely unlikely to die from seeing pornography. But that's a public health crisis, according to Senator Weiler.
Yes.
I guess it's about your priorities.
Yes.
And a bunch of people came out and said, no, it's actually, if we're going to be talking about the numbers of children that have died from COVID, it's more than that.
Much more.
But even one more than that is too
we're talking
many.
about dead kids. You're minimizing that, Todd. I told him years ago to stop trying humor on Twitter because he fails.
Boner candidate number 3. Won't someone please run against Todd Weiler? He's running unopposed. Kerry says is that true?
I think he's still running unopposed. All right, so let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Well, he had a lot of med student debt to pay off. The story of the doctor in Florida who was offering to write a letter so that their kids wouldn't have to wear masks to school, opt-out letters, and all you had to do was give him $50. The doctor.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 2, like a sex worker, really? It's this kid, he's a man now, but he's decided he's going to sue, he's going to sue Courtney Love and
Dave Grohl
and a bunch of
the people who controlled the Nirvana.
Because he was the baby, the naked baby on the album cover, never mind. And Boner candidate number 3, won't someone please run against Todd Weiler?
Okay, here you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst? Which one should go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day? 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. And put that single digit, the one you think should win, in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call Katie in the producer's booth at 877-602-9696. Use your voice. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, August 26, 2021, and vote there. You have 300 seconds to do it. This is round 1.
Now I got a DM'd by Chainsaw Guy, because he's right outside. You might be able to hear chainsaws and beeping and worker guys outside my house chopping up trees. And he said, he said, can I come in for a drink? I'm thirsty. Don't worry, I'll wear my mask. And if you guys don't mind if I bring him in for a minute. He wanted to say hi.
Okay.
Is it safe? I mean,
can I see him? Where is he?
All right.
Go to x96.com/live. You can
I can't see him. Where is he?
He's right there.
What? Oh, there he is. He's apparently at Carrie's.
How can you tell with the split screen technology?
I'm not. Wait a minute.
He's in my house. That's Chainsaw
Is that your
Guy
house?
At my house. Yeah, sure.
Sure, as far as you know.
Okay.
Hi, Chainsaw Guy.
There. I'll bet he's been really busy, haven't you, Chainsaw Guy?
Yes, I have.
Wait a minute.
There you go.
That's right. I've been really, really busy. You know, people have been telling me all the time about, they say, hey, Chainsaw Guy, a bunch of trees came down in the big windstorm. What should I do? And I say, well, you just get a chainsaw. You know?
Well, it seems pretty easy, doesn't it?
What I did, I just got a chainsaw, yeah?
You know what I do? I call somebody who owns a chainsaw. I call a friend who has a chainsaw and have them come over and do it for me.
That's right. And don't call me, though. I'm too busy. I'm as busy as a one-armed paper hanger. As a one-legged tap dancer. I don't know.
Do you have your chainsaw handy there, chainsaw guy?
I don't know, do I? I'm not sure if I do or not.
Because I have a question for you.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's... Okay, so if you ask your question, maybe I'll fire up my chainsaw.
Okay.
What's your question, Gina?
Well, chainsaw guy, I have this really big tree that fell down in the windstorm yesterday, and it's blocking the road in front of my house, and I can't get out to get the mail. Chainsaw guy, what should I do?
Well, pretty simple. All you can do is you do it first, and you get your away. And then you take a high cloud, and then the weather cover. And now the weather will breathe, and you take it out of the water, and then you take it down. And then, if you can't get in them, and then you grab it down, and you get it out there, and you say, Shiver! Shiver! And then, you turn it around, and then everything is all right.
Oh, thank you, chainsaw guy. That's very helpful.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
Chainsaw guy, I'm just curious because I don't think it's safe that you be in the house, a stranger's house, because your mask has holes in it.
Oh, I'm not contagious, honest. Honest.
You're dangerous in other ways, aren't you?
That's just sawdust. That's all that is.
That's just sawdust. Okay. All right. Well, thank you, Chainsaw guy. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's here.
You better get back to work, I think, Chainsaw guy.
Is he gone?
Yes, he just left.
Okay, good.
Yay, thank you.
God, the things we do for you, Gina.
I don't know what.
That was elaborate.
It was.
Don't forget the part about taking off your clothes.
It's very important.
Yeah.
To getting the trees cleaned up.
Mm-hmm. Well.
No, it's not Halloween already. That just depresses me.
There's not going to be any trick-or-treating this year, is there?
No.
I'm not going to participate in any. No. I usually have candy and comic books for the kids, but no, I don't want you coming to my house. I'm sorry. This is not happening. In Los Angeles, it's funny because Los Angeles initially announced no trick-or-treating. Mm-hmm. And then they had to walk that back because they realized
why?
I don't know. I think they caught a lot of flack for it, and they said, now we're saying it's discouraged. Trick-or-treating is discouraged.
Yeah, because, see, Gina, before they were saying, we're going to station snipers around the city and shoot people who are trick-or-treating. But now they had to walk that back. They had to walk that back a little.
All those tapes.
All right, let's award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by. I had another lobster roll.
Another one?
Was it a leftover lobster roll?
There was a little bit of lobster salad left. You know, just the so and a brioche bun, and so yeah.
And Katrubis Dodge, now Young Dodge, Layton, new name, same great service, selection of vehicles. See selection online at Young Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram.com. Think Young, think Layton.
Well, only 12 of you. By the way, congratulations to McKenna. She won the Boner T-shirt. Only 12 of you thought that the doctor selling mask opt-out letters for $50 a shot. Only 12 of you thought that was terrible. A few more of you thought that it was ridiculous that this guy who was the baby on the cover of the Nirvana Nevermind album, that he's now trying to sue the estate of Kurt Cobain and Nirvana. But a whole lot of you, want Todd Weiler out. Now, I hope all of you who voted for him to be removed from office vote in his district.
We don't have any listeners in Bountiful, Bill.
Oh, you'd be surprised. They don't tell they don't tell their neighbors that they listen.
Well, there you go. So the winner of round 1 is now qualified to be Boner of the Day. Round 2 coming up at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We'll get another winner there. We'll take both of our winners and pit them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide Boner of the Day with your vote. Mayor Erin Mendenhall.
Mayor of Salt Lake City. Good morning, Mayor Mendenhall. How are you?
Good morning. I'm well, thank you.
I'm well too, Mayor, because I send both of my kids to school in Salt Lake City where there is a mask mandate. Thank you. Aren't
you worried though, Mayor Mendenhall, because Robert Gehrke says, even though you made the right call, legislators are going to punish you.
This is a theme that they like to have a parade with once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
And it's coming up bigger right now than I think we've experienced in the last year and a half or so. Even though the data is all pointing toward this being the right decision, data locally around the state of Utah and around the country. So let's see what happens.
And
see what happens in Salt Lake City.
Anecdotally, from my kids, talking to them yesterday, I was talking to my son. I said, tell me what's happening with masks. He said, everybody's wearing them, and it's no big deal. Nobody cares. We're just doing school. It's how it should be.
Yeah.
How it should be.
Yeah, I have kids in 3 different schools, and that's what I'm hearing too. All the kids are wearing it. Maybe I've heard from other parents 1 or 2 kids in a school not wearing a mask, but overall, there's vast majority are complying, and that's the point. We just want kids to be able to stay in school. We want them to not get sick and not have to be quarantined at home because they were exposed.
Well, and so thanks. I mean, really, thank you for you. I guess you. I mean, you were willing to put your political career on the line and say, well, this is the right thing to do, so I'm going to do the right thing no matter what the consequence. And I really appreciate that. We've talked about this ad nauseum. So is there something else you'd like to talk about?
Is there anything going on? Anything else at all?
I know. It's odd.
No, there's the first thing actually that comes to mind right now is not maybe what you'll read about at the top of the paper, but if you don't know who the Reverend Franz Davis is, you should look him up because he is a hero in Utah. He's a civil rights hero. He's an advocate, and he was pastor of Calvary Baptist Church for about 40 years. And this week, Salt Lake City and the council approved an honorary naming of the street right off of State Street where Calvary Baptist is, Franz Davis Boulevard.
Oh, nice.
So I just want to give a shout out to my mentor and friend, Pastor Davis, and the Calvary Baptist community for bringing this idea forward.
I met Franz Davis once, I think, or twice, and it was always just a great experience. I had a chat with him on a couple of occasions, and he was an inspiring person, and we weren't even talking about anything very important. Just,
Yeah, he has that kind of presence.
Yeah.
And even though he's retired from being pastor there, he's still moving mountains and helping shape Salt Lake City's Commission on Racial Equity and Policing and making it better to be a Salt Lake City resident. So,
now, one other thing about the Salt Lake City flag, Mayor Mendenhall, We've had our talks about that.
No, ad nauseum.
Now, wait a minute. So I've been a little critical of the flag. But I saw you with the mask, the Salt Lake City flag as a face mask, and it looked like you were handing him out. Was I correct in that?
I've done that from time to time. Are you asking for a mask?
Well, kind of, because I thought that they actually look really pretty good.
Hasn't she done enough? Now you're asking her for presents?
I'm putting it in the mail today.
Oh.
You'll have it by the next time we talk.
I thought I didn't like it as a bedspread on Gina's bed. I didn't, but as I saw it in mask form, I went, "That's a really nice looking mask." So
you should try it as a cape also.
Ooh, now you're talking. Well, I'm so short when I wear a cape, it just makes me look shorter. So.
We have all different sizes.
Oh, there you go. All right. Mayor Mendenhall, thank you very much. Well, I hope we'll talk to you probably again next week, and I hope we could talk about something cheerier and.
I just, when we started the conversation, you were talking about this grand contentious thing. And you said this is the biggest bit of contention between a Salt Lake mayor and the legislature, and my brain just immediately broke because we're talking about a piece of cloth over your face.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's gotten us here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I can't tell you how many parents I've heard from who said my kid wasn't going to go to school until the mask mandate happened. We were going to keep them home. Yeah. So we're really, this is keeping kids in school. This should be something that makes a lot of sense for parents, no matter where you are on the political spectrum. So next week, I think the happy part is kids are wearing masks.
Yeah.
And they're just going to school, and they're having a great time being back in school.
They don't
and they're
care.
able to see each other.
Yep.
So this is good. It's better than it was in a way last
It's not a big deal to
My
them.
son said, though, he said, look, there's a kid not wearing a mask right there. And I said, he's picking his nose. You can't.
He needs access.
Yeah,
He may have been eating it.
It was just,
And now people are begging you, it says, can we have Mayor Mendenhall? Our school district doesn't require.
Yeah.
Please. Harriman wants you. And
I'm pretty sure they don't, but they
all right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Mendenhall. We'll talk again.
All right, see you.
Traffic.
A free small roof truss, a roof truss in the median southbound I-15 at 12th Street in Ogden. Cement Dave.
It's a truss used to make a roof.
A rough truss.
Okay.
Crash Main Street, 5th West in Vernal. Crash southbound I-15 milepost 248 in Payson. Looks like a little bit of slowage I-80 eastbound coming from the airport. I don't have an accident reported there, but I'm seeing red on the UDOT cameras. If anybody knows what that is, you can text it to us, 33986. Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store, 6831 South State. Curbside service is available.
All right. Thank you. We will take a break. We will be back. Sean Means here reviewing movies, including Candyman, which opens this weekend. And like I said, I'm hearing very good things, not just from Sean.
Candyman.
KXRK Provo.
Have you or a
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. In this episode, we find an old adversary of Butch and Lehigh planning their demise.
So, bounty hunter, you will bring me Christiansen?
Jabba the Hutt was very fond of his ring. He paid me more for a complete set of missionaries.
Christiansen made me look weak in front of the Emperor. Only by turning Christiansen to the dark side will I be able to regain my place by the Emperor's side. sell him to that slug, Jabba. I have arranged to have the elders meet you on Bespin. There you can ambush them without anyone noticing.
If these elders bested you and the Emperor, how do you expect me to transport them back to you?
I prefer my elders frozen. There is a carbonite facility on Cloud City. That should make transporting them simple.
Have my credits ready. I'll be right back.
Here we are, Butch. Cloud City. It sure looks like the holograms they showed us in school.
I don't know, Lehigh. I always get nervous when I stand on a city that's floating miles above the surface. Are you sure this is the right place?
Zone Leader Hanson said that we're supposed to meet someone here named Lando Calrissian, right here on Bespin.
Well, church records on this Calrissian fellow show him to be a gambler, smuggler, womanizer, and a penny stock manipulator. Are you sure this is the guy?
Well, maybe he's ready to turn over a new leaf. Oh, I think that's him right there.
Hi, and welcome to Cloud City. I'm Lando Calrissian. I run the mining operation here on Bespin. Could I offer you a beverage? Perhaps some malt?
I love a malt.
Liquor?
Oh, no, we don't drink, Mr. Calrissian. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Aye.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Now, our zone leader said that you might be interested in learning more about our religion.
Actually, no. We have some common acquaintances. I've made a deal with the Empire. Well, they'll leave me alone if I introduce you to this guy over here. Elders, this is Boba Fett. Boba Fett, Elders Christiansen and Jensen there. Gotta go now. Got a city to run. Bye-bye.
Well, Mr. Fett was up. Well, hi, I'm... Hey, I'm all tied up.
Cool toy. I need to get me one of those. We could convert more people if we could just tie them up first.
Now, Butch, I don't think we would be allowed to hog-tie prospective converts. Excuse me, Mr. Fett, could you untie me now?
One down, one to go.
Don't push my companion in that hole!
Whoa!
What have you done to my companion? Is Butch dead?
No, he wouldn't be worth much to me dead. Jabba wants to see him die in person. Your companion is frozen in carbonite. Now, if you would be so kind as to throw yourself down in there, we can get on with this.
You're going to take us both back to Jabba's palace?
No, you have an appointment with Darth Vader and the Emperor.
Cousin Darth? Oh, my.
Hey, get over here.
Sorry about this, Butch, but I need you to do something for me. Don't push me.
Ah!
Oh, I guess you weighed more than I thought in this thing, Butch. I'm sorry, Mr. Fett. I hope my companion, who's now frozen in carbonite, wasn't too heavy. Oh, geez, what do I got to do now? I better go for some help.
Never leave your companion, Lehigh.
Mr. Kenobi?
It is the first rule. You must never leave your companion.
Obi-Wan, come back. I need some help. Oh, well, I guess I can put you on my luggage rack like this, Butch. Come on, let's go. Will Butch be able to serve out the rest of his mission frozen in carbonite? Can Lehigh really find a big microwave to defrost him in? Will Darth Vader ever get his revenge and once again become the Emperor's favorite lapdog? And where does Boba Fett get all those neat gizmos? Tune in next time to hear Butch say... on the next mind-numbing episode of Space Elders!
X96 welcomes Coheed and Cambria with The Used to the Complex August 30th. Listen all week, 8, 2, 5, and 9 for your chance to win tickets at X96's Summer of Free Tickets. The keyword today is Earth. EARTH, Earth. Text that to 33986.
All right. Sean Means Movies brought to you by?
It's a great time to be a geek in Utah. Dr. Volts and the Nerd Store have joined forces. Comics, collectibles, action figures, and so much more. The Nerd Store and Dr. Volts.
Ah, yes, indeed. Here he is, Sean Means. He is a film critic and writer for the Salt Lake Tribune. And you can read all of the stuff that Sean does at moviecricket.net, and most of the stuff Sean does at sltrib.com. Good morning, Mr. Means.
Good morning.
I'm very excited that they've finally done a biopic of Sammy Davis Jr.
Yes.
The Candyman. I'm just excited about it. And
we'll get there.
Yeah. Artsies and fartsies, we go from worst to first, but they're all really well rated by Sean Means. So
Yes.
let's quickly run through the artsies.
Okay.
Together? Is that what you were
Together, worst to first, yes. Together. This feels like a stage play, and it's written by a playwright, and it's three characters, a man, a woman, and their son, and the son barely talks. It's the man and the woman, they talk to each other, they talk to the screen. They are a not married, but they've been together a long time, and they kind of don't like each other anymore. But they are stuck together because it's COVID lockdown time.
Ooh,
and this is in the UK.
All right.
Played by James McAvoy and Sharon Horgan, who you know from Catastrophe and other stuff. So, and it's the two of them learning to live with each other, deal with the fights, deal with everything else, and it's mostly done in either monologues or dialogues. And
so there's a lot of acting going on.
There's heavy duty acting, and really this could be a stage play somewhere, and you really get the feeling the way it's filmed, because it's all in one house, of course, because they can't go anywhere else. You really get that claustrophobic sense of being cooped up for weeks on end, as people were during the lockdown. And the problem with that is that maybe this movie's doing that job a little too well, and that you know what, we know what that feels like. We just did it. And there's not necessarily a reason for us to want to do that again in a movie.
It's too soon.
It might be a little too soon.
All right.
But this is one of these movies 10 years from now, when you need a time capsule of what it was like back in the lockdown. You'll watch this movie.
Okay.
3 stars.
3 stars.
It's playing in a couple theaters around town.
All right.
Okay.
Ailey?
Ailey. We got 2 documentaries here. Ailey is about Alvin Ailey, the pioneering choreographer, dance pioneer, and founded the Alvin Ailey Dance Company. Movie has a lot of great footage and a lot of audio of him talking about his philosophy of dance and so on. So he gets to basically narrate the bulk of the movie, and talks to a lot of people who knew him and worked with him and all that. And you really get into his philosophy and what it meant to be black in an art form that didn't always, and still it's to some degree has trouble accepting that. There's also in the movie, they're showing the current Alvin Ailey Dance Company, because Alvin died a few years ago. The current company is they're rehearsing a new work for the company's 60th anniversary, and trying to do new work that honors him and reflects on his work. And it's a really great look at how the creative process works, sort of passing on from one generation to another. It's really beautiful.
All right.
Ailey, it's streaming on the Salt Lake Film Society's virtual cinema portal, SLFS at Home, starting tomorrow. And I give it 3.5 stars.
3.5?
I worked with the Alvin Ailey Dance Company over at the Rose Wagner. And they were the most disciplined.
Yeah.
Good Lord, they were just great.
They tour everywhere. They go all over the place.
Right.
Or they were when everybody did that sort of thing. So.
Not going quietly.
Not going quietly. Adi Barkan, you may know him. He's a liberal activist. He has ALS. He has been, and this movie is about what happened shortly after he got the diagnosis that he had ALS. New father, he and his girlfriend got married and then had a son, and then shortly after he got the diagnosis that he has amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, frequently referred to as Lou Gehrig's disease. People know Lou Gehrig, Stephen Hawking, the sort of where neurological disease where your body is basically breaking down slowly over time. He is, for obvious reasons, very concerned about healthcare and the healthcare system in America. So he led a cross-country tour in 2018, 30 congressional districts in 18 states in 40 days, to either convince the Congress critters to not vote down, to vote down Medicare cuts, or to shame them through viral videos. Something he was really good at because he had a famous one of Jeff Flake that was very shame-inducing.
Oh yeah.
Or to flip the districts. One of the districts he hit, and they don't really get into it much in this movie, was Chris Stewart. Didn't work, but okay. And you're watching him lead these rallies and everything, and as his influence is growing, his body is deteriorating. And by the end of it, he is no longer be able to speak, and he's using one of those voice recorder things. It's really intimate. The filmmakers got in like on the RV with them as they were on tour, got him into his house, got him, meeting with people like Cory Booker and Elizabeth Warren and Bernie Sanders. It really is inspirational. And 80, is still going. He's on a ventilator, but he's got the voice box. He's written books. He is still a champion, even though he doesn't have a voice anymore. And he really is kind of a hero, and this movie really brings that out. It's played not going quietly. It's playing at the Megaplex Gateway, and I give it 3.5 stars.
All right. Candyman.
Now then, this is what everybody
Who
could.
can take the sunrise?
Actually, the song shows up in the opening credits.
Blood.
Yes. A very distorted version of Sammy Davis Jr. is over like the over the opening logos, and the opening logos are all shown in mirror reverse.
By the way, we remember the original Candyman. I didn't realize there were 3 Candy. It was there were.
Well, there were not good ones.
There were two. There were 2 bad sequels after the first one.
Yeah.
We are not going to talk about the bad sequels. The bad sequels. We're putting them down the Doctor Strange memory hole. So this is a sequel and a reboot. It's both. Of the 1992 horror movie, which was about a legend of a man with a hook hand who comes out of nowhere and kills you if you say his name 5 times in the mirror. That's the
I've
setup.
tried it, by the way. He did not appear.
Not yet.
Well, all right, maybe someday.
You really want to be messing with the forces here, man?
He was trying to get Katie to do it this morning here. I said, not at work. She can do it at home.
Katie is not stupid. She. So we start with an artist. Played by Yahya Abdul-Mateen II. He was Bobby Seale in Trial of Chicago 7. He was Dr. Manhattan on Watchmen. Really cool actor. He's living in the now gentrified Cabrini Green part of Chicago, which, if you remember, that's where Candyman happened in the original.
That's right.
And what used to be called the Projects. So Anthony, he's the artist. He's looking for a cool subject to paint. And he comes upon the Candyman legend. He comes upon the stuff of the Virginia Madsen character from the first movie, and like the story that happened to her, all the bad stuff that happened to her, starts going down that rabbit hole, and creates a work that's called Say His Name, which is a mirror, and then inside, like a bathroom mirror, and you open it up, and there's like grisly stuff inside, but challenging people in the gallery to look in the mirror and say the name. And using the phrase "say his name" is so cool because it's not just referencing Candyman, but it's referencing the chant you heard all at Black Lives Matter rallies, all last year. And it shows you that there's so much more going on in this movie. It has so much more on its mind than just trying to scare the crap out of you. Now, it does scare the crap out of you. That does do that. There's some great set pieces, great horror set pieces, very dark, brooding atmosphere. And so if you want the blood and gore, you're going to be happy. The director is Nia DaCosta. She's an up and comer. She's directing the Marvels for the MCU next year. Every scene in this movie is really interesting visually. The historical flashbacks where you like hear the legend of Candyman and the past. That's all done with like shadow puppets. That are
and
just
it's creepy.
It is so creepy and brilliant.
Really creepy.
And Yahya Abdul-Mateen II is the artist. He really digs into the obsession of the character. And then his girlfriend, who is played by Teyona Paris, who was Monica Rambeau in WandaVision and also in the MCU. She has to learn about the legend the hard way, and she's really great. And together they're really cool. This is really good as a thriller, is really good for the gory movie, and it also expands on the legend and it makes sort of comment about the horrors of America's terrible history with racism and then gentrification and trying to bury the evidence and all that is at play here. And it helps to remember that Jordan Peele is one of the producers of this, and he co-wrote the screenplay. So you know there's so much going on at so many different levels,
Many layers.
and DaCosta's such a great director, and the visual elements of this are so amazing. It will freak you out, and then it'll make you think. And I just love this movie.
So you liked it?
I think I gave it 4 stars.
A rare Sean Means 4 stars.
The increasingly not rare 4 stars.
Well, especially for a horror movie.
Yeah. And that's the thing is you remember, people always want to denigrate and put down horror as like a lesser genre. You do it right, and you nail you nail it.
Katie is very happy you're saying.
Katie is very thrilled. We were talking about it in the elevator. She's all psyched. This is playing everywhere in theaters all over the place. So
all right,
Candyman.
Candyman, 4 stars.
That's twice, guys. How many times have we said?
No, I think it's one person sequentially, right?
In the mirror. You have to say it in the mirror.
And there's no mirror here. So together, 3 stars. Ailey, 3.5. Not Going Quietly, 3.5. And Candyman, 4 stars. What do we got next week?
Next week, Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings is coming. We also have a new Cinderella.
Well, do we need a new Cinderella?
Well, we're getting a new Cinderella. This is actually for Amazon, and it stars Camila Cabello. And it's directed by the woman who created the Pitch Perfect series.
Oh, okay.
So, and Billy Porter is the fabulous godmother.
Okay, that could be good. That could be good.
It's reason right there to watch.
Right, exactly.
All right. Sean Means, find his stuff in the Salt Lake Tribune or at moviecricket.net.
Crash south out of Washington Boulevard, 45th South in Ogden. Crash Main Street, 5th West. Oh, that's in Vernal. You might be going to Vernal. I don't know. Crash southbound I-15, 1 mile south of Payson. It's like a little bit of slowage northbound I-15 through Murray, but no accident there. And you haven't sent anything in, but if you see something you want to share, please, if it's safe for you to text, do it at 33986.
Boners round 2 coming up here. The candidates. Number 1, cruelty shows itself in so many ways. Boner candidate number 2. Yeah, that's right, Kaylee. Well, unless you consider, all the cabinet resignations or the botched COVID, and then boner candidate number 3. Yes, you are an idiot.
We got Boners round 2, big boy news, all coming up after these. Stand by.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we find our elders tracting on the ice planet Hoth. Oh, man, it's cold out here. Why is it so cold?
It's an ice planet, Lehigh. What do you expect?
Well, I'm sure glad my mom sent me these mittens.
And Zone Leader Hansen has sent us to some pretty dismal places before, but this has got to be the worst. I hope that this Wampa fella lets us in and offers us some piping hot postum.
These tauntaun thingies smell funny, and they're just not very comfortable to ride. I wish our hyperbikes hadn't frozen up. Let's see, 3rd cave on the left, just past the 2nd snowdrift. Yep, this must be it. Hello? Hello, Mr. Wampa?
I don't suppose his first name is Willie, do you? See, Willie Wampa. What? Hello, anybody home? Hey, pal, that's my ride home you're having for lunch.
You must be Mr. Wampa. Hi, I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is my companion, Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
Look out, Butch! Oh, man, he knocked you down. That's going to leave a mark. Excuse me, Mr. Wampa, all we want is just a couple minutes of your time. Oh!
Oh, man. Where am I? Oh, heck. Hey, Lehigh, wake up.
Oh.
Wake up.
Oh, what in the flip?
This is just great. Here we are, hanging upside down, stuck to the roof of a Wampa cave, our feet frozen in what appears to be Wampa spit while my ride home gets eaten by Mr. Wampa out there.
Yuck, I don't think this Wampa spit's ever going to come off my wingtips. Hey, there's somebody stuck to the ceiling behind you.
Huh? Hey, it's that farm boy from Tatooine. Hey, Luke, wake up.
Huh? Ben?
No, not Ben, it's me, Butch. I don't suppose you got a plan to get us out of here, do you?
If I could just reach for my lightsaber. There. So much for the element of surprise.
Hey, look, your dad, Darth Vader, cut off Lehi's arm with one of those things. Cut him some slack.
Will Book and Lehi ever escape from Wampa Cave? Will Luke cut Lehi's arm off just for the fun of it? Will our elders ever get the Wampa spit off of their wingtips? Tune in next time to hear Lehi say...
Oh, thanks, Luke. For a minute there, I figured we was Wampa Chow.
Luke.
Ben?
Luke.
Ben, is that you?
You will go to the Dagobah system.
Mr. Kenobi? Dagobah? I've never even heard of it.
It's a swamp planet. You're not missing much.
You must seek out Yoda and continue your training.
But I've already been to the MTC. Ben? Yoda? Dagobah?
Mr. Kenobi, are you sure? I mean, we've already been to Dagobah.
Hold on. I've got some problems here. Luke, you go to Dagobah and seek Yoda. Butch, Lehi, you go thaw out your hyperbikes and continue tracting. I should have gotten Jedi call waiting.
On the next bone-chilling episode of Space Elders!
All right, 8:21 right now, and it is time for round 2 of your boners. 3 news stories now. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it'll go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take the winner of each round and put them against each other at 9:20 this morning. That's when you'll decide boner of the day with boner fight. So right now we need one of these 3 from this round 2 to go forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random boner voters will receive.
I don't know how many leftover lobster rolls Bill has, but you could fit several of them inside the Radio from Hell tote bag.
I don't have any.
Oh.
Boner candidate number 1, cruelty shows itself in so many ways. And make no mistake, this is an act of cruelty. Another over 1,000-year-old piece of history in the form of Native American rock art has been vandalized in southern Utah. Southern Utah is home to some of the most extraordinary petroglyphs, this rock art, in the world. But despite the best efforts of law enforcement, vandalism keeps happening, and it has been the Bureau of Land Management beyond being frustrated. Incidents like this are really unfortunate, said Rachel Wooten, Public Affairs Specialist, Bureau of Land Management in Moab. She described the rock art in question as being likely from about 350 to 1,300, so 350 BS to 1300 AD. It's characteristic of the northern San Juan tradition of the northern Puebloan culture. It's really old and quite remarkable.
Leave it alone.
And
What's
someone
wrong with people?
Someone had to go out of their way to do this.
Yeah.
Wooten said that the people who vandalized it, it wasn't just they had to know. They didn't just stumble across it. You know, they knew it was there, and they decided that they would wreck it. They etched things in it, and I think what they did to this particular piece of rock art is it's not really, you can't fix it. Boner candidate number one, it's cruelty. Cruelty shows itself in many, many ways. This is Boner candidate number two. Yeah, that's right, Kaylee. Unless you consider all of the cabinet resignations, the botched COVID response. Former Trump White House Secretary Kaylee McEnany told Fox News on Tuesday that former President Donald Trump's tenure in office was practically crisis-free. While talking with host Jesse Waters, McEnany pointed to the current evacuation in Afghanistan as proof that Biden wasn't up to running the country, and she predicted 3 more years of crisis to come. When President Trump was president, you didn't see crisis after crisis. You just didn't see it, she said. In fact, Trump's administration was plagued by unprecedented executive branch turnover that saw him burn through 6 different national security advisors in 4 years, a botched response to the novel coronavirus pandemic in which Trump suggested the virus would be treated by, you just put some disinfectant in you. It's going to be gone by spring, that sort of stuff. 2 separate impeachments, one for trying to extort the Ukrainian government into investigating Joe Biden, and another for inciting a deadly riot at the United States Capitol.
It'll be wild. Yeah, that's just a few things.
Yeah, that's just off the top of your head list.
There was one a week.
Boner candidate number 2, Kaylee McEnany gaslighting on Fox News. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, yes, you are an idiot.
Boner candidate number 3 for round 2. Coming up after this. Big Boy News and Innuendo brought to you by.
It's the coldest, driest, windiest place on Earth where weird and wild creatures thrive. Antarctica transports you to the farthest reaches of Earth and reveals that what happens there affects every single one of us. Now playing in Clark Planetarium's IMAX Theater.
Black Mirror creators have announced their next Netflix project. A comedy about Hollywood cliches.
Okay.
Hosted by Rob Lowe. It's going to launch September 28th. Rob Lowe will have the help of experts to analyze the origins and evolutions of everything from walking away from an explosion to the meet cute and females running in stilettos. There's also a Wilhelm scream montage for real movie buffs. So, movie cliches.
So not just comedies, but
no, it's like so people. I don't know what the meet cute cliche
meet cutes are my favorite.
What are meet cutes?
Well, it's like you have to get the main characters to meet in a cute way. They, it can't just be like, I'd like to introduce you to my friend. They have to I spilled ice cream on you.
Yeah, right. Dropped my handkerchief and you picked it up, and we accidentally kissed on the way up. And of course, females running in stilettos is self-explanatory. And then, of course, the Wilhelm scream that Carrie just played there. And that is kind of an interesting story. It'll be interesting. There are a couple of different versions of that story, so it'll be interesting to see what they do. The Attack of the Hollywood Cliches is described as a one-off special featuring some of the most famous films in cinematic history, along with a plethora of Hollywood A-listers, screenwriters, academics, critics, and they talk about all of these great cliches. R. Kelly on trial, of course, now in is the trial's in Chicago, I believe. It says, the dateline of this is New York. R. Kelly, apparently, he forced his girlfriends to write blackmail letters
that he could use to defend himself in case he got charged with sexually abusing them.
He planned it out, did he?
Devious, isn't it?
Wow. I know this could all come back to hurt me, so...
Yeah, this trial is going on in New York. The witness testifying as a Jane Doe in federal court in Brooklyn read for the jury parts of one letter in which she told Kelly that if he tried to break up with her, quote, "I'm going to call and tell everyone you raped me. I'm going to say that you raped me since I was a minor." Her notes to him also warned that, quote, she would spank herself really hard enough to leave bruises so she could accuse him of beating her. And the prosecutors
made her write
the
them.
prosecutors are saying R. Kelly made her write those things. The defense
Put him in prison forever.
The defense confronted the witness with the letters. She insisted the abuse was real and that the writings were a ploy engineered by R. Kelly to protect him in a trial like this from very serious charges. Let's see. A Texas father made his point at he was at a board meeting, school board meeting.
Oh, I like this guy.
Texas parent stripped down to his underwear during a school board meeting to advocate for mask wearing earlier this week. James Akers, the father of a Dripping Springs Independent School District high schooler, as I go to Dripping Springs, attended a school board meeting on mask wearing, and each person was allotted 1.5 minutes to speak. Mr. Akers argued for mask protocols to be put in place for schools in the community. Quote, "I do not like the governor or any entity, just ask my wife, telling me what to do," he said as he removed his shirt and his jacket. "At work, they make me wear this jacket. I hate it. They make me wear this shirt and tie. I hate it." Akers continued to remove the rest of his clothing while describing how people abide by rules like stopping at red lights and not parking in handicapped parking spots for the good of the community. "It's simple protocol, people," Mr. Akers said while undoing his trousers and dropping his pants. "We follow certain rules for a very good reason." Mr. Akers was not asked to leave the forum, but put his clothes back on when asked to do so.
Why? Why put your clothes on?
"Mr. Akers, I understand. I believe you're a swimmer, but if you would mind putting your pants back on for a comment, that would be appreciated."
He had underwear on. He wasn't naked. What's the problem with him not wearing?
I don't have
his
any idea.
freedoms to wear whatever he wants, wherever he wants.
I have no idea. It doesn't seem like there would be a problem as far as I'm concerned. Utah is the 12th, this is according to some report, ranked 12th least prepared state for hospital capacity amid COVID-19 cases. A study analyzed ICU units across the country, including how many beds they contain, staffing shortages, and number of physicians. If there are too many cases in a short period of time, hospitals can run out of beds and their capacity to treat people diagnosed with COVID-19 can be overwhelmed, the report said. Utah tied with Colorado for 12th place. The top three states ranked least prepared were Idaho, Texas, and Georgia.
Now, part of the problem with Utah is, let's take Primary Children's, for example. There are only 2 children's hospitals in like a 6-state radius that treat super sick kids. It's Primary Children's, and there's one in Colorado. So when this story is saying they're not prepared, what they mean is not just if there's a bad outbreak here, but if there's one in Wyoming and Nevada and Idaho, that means all those kids have to go somewhere. They have to come here. We can't handle. That's just to be more specific about
and by not prepared, they don't mean they are falling down in their duties.
It means we can only take and when they say beds, they're not talking physical beds. They're talking trained staff that's able to care for those people.
And here's some good news.
What's that?
Long-term climate forecasts project a warmer, drier winter that could make Utah's drought situation even worse.
Thanks. That's great.
Now, wait a minute. If it's a warmer, drier winter than usual, it could make Utah's drought situation worse?
No, it will.
It will.
Will.
Get that kind of writing. Right now, it looks like it's going to be on the drier side, and that's not the news we're hoping for,
No.
said Brian Steed, the executive director of Utah's Department of Natural Resources. Steed said a La Nina climate pattern has Utah sandwiched between a wetter and drier winter. Right now, the forecast is showing most of the state in a drier, warmer pattern. Boo, boo, boo.
So long, coffin stuffers.
What stuffers?
Coffin stuffers.
Oh, coffins. Oh, jeez. Let's see. Oh, and this, I like this story. It's kind of sad. Unrequited love, I guess. They say that opposites attract, but one woman has taken that a little too far. She is banned for life from a Belgian zoo after the owners felt that her relationship with one of their primates had gone a little bit too far. Now, she didn't get in the cage with the animal or anything like that. But the lady's name, Edie Timmermans, she just got the boot from the Antwerp Zoo. She had a 4-year affair that she carried on with one of the chimps named Cheetah.
An affair?
Now, that's there was glass between them. But apparently she would stop by weekly and interact with the chimp. And as for why she got banned, turns out that Timmermans' affection for the chimp was screwing with his ability to socialize with other chimps in his habitat. The zoo reportedly said Cheetah, the chimp, well, how about that, was being isolated after visiting hours, which is something that happens if one of the chimps starts to get too close to humans. So she would come in, and this chimp would spot her and come running over, and she would, like, do kissy faces with him on the glass. And,
Monkey!
I mean, there's some pictures of it. So she's a little creepy. She's upset, saying, well, it's not fair. That chimp loves me. I don't, yeah. And the zoo said,
if you love that chimp, what you're doing to him is making his regular chimp life bad.
yeah, he was more interested in her, or Cheetah was more interested in her than in the other chimps, and that's just not.
And they called it monkey love.
All right, that's it.
Monkeys!
Sports weather traffic.
A second high school football game of the year has been canceled due to COVID-19 concerns.
Here in Utah.
Yep.
Right?
Cancellation comes after a player from East High tested positive for the virus, according to Salt Lake City School District spokesperson. Friday night's matchup.
I heard there was another one, too.
Lone Peak has been classified as a no contest. My daughter's volleyball team, they had positive case there. Went and got her tested at the COVID testing site and got her results back. She's negative, thank goodness, but she's had volleyball games canceled. And
how are they testing at those places? Is it saliva or?
It's the nose swab. Although you can get now the nose swab one, that's a PCR test, so they send that out, and it's 2 days to get it back. If you want to do a rapid test, you can get them at CVS and Walgreens. You can go do your own. They're like $20. I bought 5 of them. There's 2 per box, just because.
That's saliva, right?
No, that's a swab.
Also a swab.
Yep. Now, the PCR test is more accurate, of course, but the rapid one to do at home, when we thought my daughter was exposed, we thought, okay, we'll go get these rapid ones and at least just test everybody in the house, was not a big deal. But you're going to see this more and more, I'm afraid. It's like last year all over again.
I don't want to put anything in my nose.
It's not a big deal. But you just got to swab a booger and put it on the thing and...
No, so you don't have to stick it way up there?
No, it's just like...
Do you have to get a booger? Do you have to get a real...
You have to get stuff on it. You can't be tentative. You got to...
Swab a booger.
Yeah. But yeah, if you're they're $20. They're not bad. Weather, well, what is bad is the smoke, which is back and will be with us, looks like, through the weekend, unfortunately. So limit your time outside and exercise inside, that kind of thing. 88 for a high. And chance of thunderstorms tonight, kind of like we had last night with lightning and maybe a little bit of rain. Only a 20% chance of that, though. Let's see, traffic.
I'm starting to get a little concerned.
Crash southbound Washington Boulevard, 45th South in Ogden. Concerned about what?
About everything.
Everything. Oh, traffic shouldn't be too concerning for you this morning, though, Bill. Looks like things are moving pretty well. If you,
something will happen.
American Fork and West football game canceled also. Friend of the program says. They sent that in via text at 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Yes, you are an idiot. A former North Ogden City Council candidate came under fire during his campaign over ties to the Desnat movement, the Deseret Nation radical Mormon movement, is now generating backlash from a statewide LGBTQ advocacy group for a tweet taking aim at the gay pride flag.
Yep.
Gregory Smith is in hot water again for a tweeted response on Monday to a Facebook message posted by Natalie Klein, the
She's horrible.
controversial member of the Utah State Board of Education. Mr. Smith was eliminated from contention in the North Ogden Council race after the August 10th primary, but at least through Monday, he had apparently kept an active presence on social media. Reckless rhetoric often precedes acts of violence, Equality Utah Executive Director Troy Williams said in a message posted to Twitter on Tuesday, responding to Mr. Smith. Smith, for his part, said he is swearing off social media after the flap that resulted from the controversy. He also expressed embarrassment, well, that's good, I guess, over the turn of events and said he in no way is calling for violence against the gay community. I'm off Twitter. I'm an idiot, he said. Now, Natalie Klein had posted, in part, time to make some phone calls in response to a message from the Layton High School Seminary for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, inviting participation from the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, intersex sexual communities. And so she said, oh, they're doing that? We have to start calling people. And Smith tweeted Klein's post along with his own message, and it's even time to get out the muskets.
Yeah.
Yeah. So implying violence. Yeah. Now, he has backed off of that, but Natalie Klein continues to be as openly homophobic and inciting of violence as ever.
And she is in a position of power over your kids. I mean, if you're in her district. And there are gay kids at the school that she's responsible for.
But even worse, this guy wants to also be put in a position of power.
Yeah. Boner candidate number 3. Yes, you are an idiot.
Let's review the first two and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. Cruelty shows itself in many, many ways, including vandalizing ancient Indian rock art in Moab. Boner candidate number 2. That's right, Kaylee. Unless you consider all of the cabinet resignations, the botched COVID response, all of that other stuff, Kaylee McEnany gaslighting on Fox News, saying you didn't see these kinds of crises during the Trump administration.
Windmills give you cancer.
More and more and more. Anyway, and Boner candidate number 3. Yes, you are an idiot.
Okay. There you go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst. Which one deserves to go forward to Boner Fight and possibly become Boner of the Day. If it wins here, it will secure a spot in Boner Dome and go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. So pick one of these 3 to send forward. You'll decide Boner of the Day at 9:20. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text it to 33986. Or call Katie in the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting, August 26, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages. That's like less than 300 seconds. Let's go. It's round 2.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. In this episode episode, we find our elders rendezvousing with Zone Leader Hansen on some distant planet in the BFE sector. Hey, Butch, what you got there?
Oh, it's a care package for my folks. You know, my mom means well, but she just doesn't understand the physics involved in sending stuff from home.
Well, what you mean?
Well, the cookies she sent are fine. They're hard as a rock, just the way I remember them. It's the lime jello with shredded carrots in it that causes problems. You know, even in Tupperware, this stuff goes bad after a week in hyperspace. Missionaries who have eaten this stuff have been known to develop a form of space madness.
Wow. Oh, look, here comes Zone Leader Hansen right now.
I have discovered the most incredible object. It allows us to view any period in the history of any planet. We can research early church history. This discovery will allow me to get reassigned back to Earth and leave you two losers far behind.
Great. Glad to hear it. What's that have to do with us?
Since you weren't having much luck in the field, I figured that you wouldn't mind watching my discovery while I go back to Starbase 182 and file my report. Hey, are you eating while I'm talking to you? Give me that.
Sorry.
Say, green jello with carrot shavings. I haven't had this since I left home.
But sir, I think you ought to know that...
Quiet, Lehigh. He's eating.
Shut up, the both of you, right now. This jello tastes funny.
He's gone mad. He's got space madness. We better go after him.
Okay. Hey, what's that thing right there?
You mean that natural arch that seems to be showing the History Channel?
Yeah, that thing. What is it?
I believe that who is it would be a more appropriate question.
Is that you that said that, Butch?
No. It must have been the natural arch over there. Okay, I'll play. Who are you, and what have you done with Zone Leader Hansen?
I am the guardian of forever. Hansen has entered through me into your world's past.
Entered through you?
Well, I guess we can get back to tracking now, huh, Lehigh?
No, we most certainly can't.
Huh?
We need to get Zone Leader Hansen back and cure his jello-induced space madness.
Come on now, Lehigh. He was a little weird before my mom's jello. Are we sure he's sick?
Where in our world's history is Hansen now, Guardian?
He was asking questions about Mormon history and about lime jello in particular. He entered as I was showing him the Relief Society meeting where sisters first began to experiment with lime jello.
Well, if he disturbs that meeting, the timeline of church history could be permanently changed. Let's go, Butch. Whoa! Will Zone Leader Hansen change church history? Can Butch and Lehigh get him to go before he does? Will the Relief Society let Hansen anywhere near their test kitchen? Tune in next time to hear Relief Society President Mulestein say...
I'm at a loss, sisters. We've tried shredded beets, cauliflower, radishes, eggplant, zucchini, and rutabaga. Nothing seems to go with this new lime jello stuff.
Excuse me, sister. I think we can help.
I don't think we should go against the Prime Directive, Bush.
How did you get in here? One wrong move and you'll see the business end of my skillet. Just like the last kid who wandered in here and tried to tell us how to conduct our business.
Other kid? Oh, hey, it's Zone Leader Hansen. She's knocked him out cold.
Nice going, ma'am. Wish I'd have been here to see it. Tell you what, we'll get him out of your way and you can go back to doing what you were doing. Oh, yeah, and you might want to try shredded carrots.
I warned you about meddling.
She's got a skillet. Run for it. Run. On the next liposuctioning episode of Space Elders.
Never learned, dude.
No.
It's just and really the right medicine. The right. It's a flaming coat hanger. That's all. That's really all you need to cure it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's award round 2 of your boners.
Round 2 of the boners is brought to you in part by what what else? I guess some potato chips. Few potato chips.
And come downtown for the final few weeks of open streets. With cooler weather in the air, Main Street will be bustling with performers, artists, and outdoor dining from Exchange Place to City Creek Center every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday from noon to midnight. Find out more. Visit theblockslc.com.
Well, I thought this might be kind of a close round of voting.
And
it was.
Okay.
Now, Jeff won the prize, a tote bag, for being a random voter. All three candidates got votes. Kayleigh McEnany didn't make the cut, though.
She's won before, though, so she's had her turn.
So, number one, the desecration of rock art, petroglyphs in Moab. And number three, this idiot in North Ogden and Natalie Klein and making these inflammatory claims against LGBTQ students and essentially they'd say they're not. Yeah, they would say it's not, but it is.
It's threatening violence.
Yeah.
When you invoke a musket, that's a firearm, and that's threatening violence.
It's a figurative musket. I didn't mean an actual musket. No.
So by 5 votes, the winner was Boner candidate number 3. Yes, you are an idiot.
All right. It's going to be a battle of the local right-wing turds coming up for Boner Fight. Stand by for that. We'll have that for you at 9:20. All right, here we go.
Who's that journalist? The pickle guy. Gurky. Gurky. Radio from Hell on X96.
Good morning, Robert Gurky, columnist for the Salt Lake Tribune. How are you?
Good morning, guys. I'm doing well.
You know, I've got a list of your columns here. We could go any number of directions. I like your column about Jason Chaffetz maybe challenging Mitt Romney. And your most recent column about the legislature maybe going to try to rein in Aaron Mendenhall. Which one? Yeah. What do you want to talk about?
Well, let's throw people a curveball a little bit. I mean, we could harp on COVID all week, you know.
Yeah.
And I heard you talking with the mayor earlier. I think she did the right thing in issuing this mask requirement. There's going to be, as she mentioned, there are some people who are upset about it, but I think it was the right thing for kids. But I'd like to talk about the one that ran Sunday. This is about Afghan refugees that are going to be coming to Utah and what Utahns can do to kind of smooth this over and make this process easier. Because, you know, we've got thousands of these refugees who are now landing in Virginia and are going to be dispersed throughout the country. Spencer Cox has made very clear that, you know, Utah is going to be welcoming them with open arms. And these places like the International Rescue Committee, Catholic Community Services, other refugee service providers are going to be under the gun to try to meet all these needs. And I think there's an opportunity here for Utahns who want to help to actually do some good here.
Well, Robert, aren't they just going to be a burden on our economy and drag us down?
The data has shown that no, migrants who move to the country are very productive. And part of the challenge is helping them assimilate and become productive. Now, these groups I talk to, they line them up with housing, furnished housing, employment opportunities. They try to get them a job for, you know, the first 2 years they're there. They help their kids get in school. Sometimes they help them learn English, help them learn how to grocery shop, all of these things. But that takes a lot of resources, right? So, you know, you've got mentors. There's volunteer opportunities for people who want to be mentors for these families. There's volunteer opportunities for people who want to, if they want to hire some of these families to work in their businesses. The housing one is a huge one right now, as you can imagine, because affordable housing in this city, in this state, it's almost impossible to find. So we're trying to find housing for potentially hundreds of people that are going to be arriving. It's a big challenge. So I think there's an opportunity here for Utahns who want to help with something that feels like it's a long ways away. They can make a difference in some of these lives.
Now, I saw I think this was a Fox 13 report that said currently, the State Department says currently Utah is not on the list of states that they're considering for a resettlement of Afghan refugees. Go ahead.
Yeah, I talked to Aiden Bitar from Catholic Community Services, and I think they're expecting their first families to arrive sometime in the next probably this week, if not next week. Some families the International Rescue Committee had sent 10 staffers out to Virginia to help process people as they were coming in. The way they place these folks is that if they have ties to, a lot of them, for example, have been military interpreters, right? So if they've served with, if they work with a serviceman, they might settle them close to that family.
Mm-hmm.
If they have family ties to anywhere in the country, they can settle them there. So, it's unclear exactly how many we're going to get. We don't really know that yet. And it's unclear exactly when and where they'll be resettled. But they will be coming. And again, IRC and Catholic Community Services says they can accommodate about 1,300 refugees a year. That obviously isn't exclusively from Afghanistan. They come from all over the world for various reasons. But this influx now is going to be a real challenge.
We already have Afghan refugees here, don't we? There are some.
We do, yeah. I talked to one gentleman who moved here last year, right as COVID was hitting, and he's trying desperately right now to get his father out of Afghanistan. His wife's parents are in Afghanistan still. And they worry because obviously he was a military interpreter, worked with the U.S. Army, and he's concerned that the Taliban knows that, and they're going door to door trying to find family members of either find the interpreters or find family members of the interpreters and exact retribution. And so there's real concern there. He's been in touch with him a few times, intermittently, but they're trying to get as much help as they can through the State Department, through the congressional delegation. And that's another thing, actually, that both of the advocates for the refugees mentioned is you can contact your congressional members and make sure that our policies are welcoming and accommodating to these refugees and that there's not obstacles thrown up in the way that complicate matters.
It's also a fact, I think, that when you have a diversity in the community, it makes it a better community.
For sure.
Sure.
I mean, I agree, and you look at the way. I mean, we've all lived here for a long time, I think, and we've seen the way that the state has changed and become more diverse. The census figures that came out recently show that it's becoming more diverse, and I think it's really added something to the community. I mean, there are so many more interesting, enjoyable things, and they bring a different perspective to our community, and I think it's great to have them here. And again, I mentioned this at the outset, but the data shows that these people who move here from other countries aren't a burden on our system. They quickly become. They want to work hard. They really do believe in that American dream that some of us probably take for granted, and work hard to achieve it.
I'm not sure they believe in God, though, Robert. Anyway.
Well, they believe in some God. We could agree to disagree.
Now we've got to take a break here, but thanks for chatting with us, and you can read Robert Gehrke's columns in the Salt Lake Tribune.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Take care. We'll talk soon.
Bye-bye.
Okay, we have a crash southbound US 89. This is just prior to Antelope Drive in Layton, off to the left shoulder. Crash southbound Washington Boulevard, 45th south of Ogden. That one should be about cleared up, though. That happened a while ago. And those are the only things that UDOT has mentioned this morning. If you see something, you can text it to us, 33986. For a limited time, get a professional AC tune-up or AC diagnostic service for only $39 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
Does it seem to you that sometimes we treat refugees to Utah better than we treat our own?
What are you saying there, Bill?
That we're welcoming and we're happy to have them here, and yet we ignore certain segments of our own population that already live here.
All right. We got big boy news coming up. Well, a reasonable amount of news. Also, Boner Fight is on the way. Stand by for all of that. Zero Res.
You got pets?
Yes.
And you got pet odors.
Yeah. Yes.
Even in the house that I keep as clean as I do.
You've been to my house?
It still happens. That's why Zero Res has the pet treatment process. It's designed not just to clean up the stains, but to remove the odors. They go all the way down into the padding and can clean it so nicely.
Zero Res has a special for that, as a matter of fact. Now, when you call them and have them come out to clean your carpets or your tile, all of that kind of thing, they will do There are 3 rooms for $33 per room. They'll do the 4th room for free. And then $50 for the pet treatment. So that's really a great deal. And Zero Res does a great job. You can call them and make an appointment now, 801-288-9376. That's 2880-ZERO. Or you can go to ZeroResSaltLake.com or ZeroResDavisWeber.com.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of 2 such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are about to encounter the Borg for the 2nd time.
Man, these Borg ships sure are sparsely decorated and poorly lit.
Well, I sure hope we get to spend more time with the Borg this time. I mean, last time we didn't even get to the first discussion.
I am 5 of 7. I am here to show you the way.
Hey, that's why we're here too.
Hello, Mr. 5 of 7. We met your cousin 3 of 7 last time. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know.
The Mormons.
Oh.
Yes, your exploits are known throughout the collective.
Hey, Lehigh, we're famous, huh?
All Borg are one. Whatever one experiences becomes available to all.
Well, that would speed up fast and testimony meetings. Say, where are you taking us?
To her chambers. She is expecting you.
I don't like the sound of that.
Welcome, elders. I have been anticipating your arrival.
Hi, ma'am. I'm Lehigh, and he's Butch.
Hi.
I have wonderful plans for you boys. Together we will rule over the perfect Borg galaxy.
Well, I hope this can wait until after our mission is over.
Ma'am, who exactly are you, and why do you have plans for us?
I am the Borg.
Well, I thought they were the Borg.
They are, and I am. And once we assimilate you two, you will be Borg as well.
Oh, I get it. He's a Borg, she's a Borg. Everywhere a Borg. Old MacDonald had a Borg.
Knock it off, Butch.
Oh.
We better come up with a plan quick or we're going to be assimilated.
Okay, Ms. Borg, tell you what. I'll give you my new fender flares and the luggage rack off of Lehigh's bike, and we'll just be on our way.
You will look cute in black rubber suits, and I have picked out some special prosthetic parts for each of you. Soon you'll be my lieutenants, my consorts, my special friends. Together we will assimilate the Federation, then the Romulans, then the Cardassians, and then whoever else we can find. And we will have fun doing it. Hook them to the assimilator.
Hey, come on, let us go!
Nothing like the assimilation of new young men to make one forget about how Locutus left me without saying goodbye.
Something is wrong. The assimilation process has failed. They have already been assimilated by a stronger force than the Borg.
Quick, shut down the machinery. The feedback could contaminate the collective. What have you done to my beloved collective?
Well, once you hooked us up to that gizmo over there, all of our experiences were spread throughout the entire Borg race.
Lehigh and I were able to bear our testimonies to more than 7 billion beings at one time.
It was kind of like General Conference, except without the crying babies and the old people going to sleep.
Yeah.
We not only got to give the first discussion to the Borg, but to pretty much teach the whole gospel to all of them at once. Could it be? Have the Borg finally met their match? Could Butch and Lehigh be immune to the assimilation process? Tune in next time to hear the Borg say...
5. I am Elder 5 of 7, and this is my companion 4 of 9. We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
No! You've turned the most feared race in the galaxy into a bunch of jello-loving, suburban-driving moral goody-goodies.
Well, you think that people were afraid of you before. Wait until you start approaching planets now. Man, I'd hate to play ward ball against these guys.
I think our work here is done. Hey, can we count all 7 billion as converts?
Well, technically we didn't baptize them. We'll have to check with Zone Leader Hansen just to be sure.
What about me? I was queen. I was the most powerful being in the galaxy, ruler of an entire race of warriors. What am I supposed to do now?
Well, Well, I guess you are now the most powerful Relief Society president in the galaxy. Congratulations. Gotta go. Bye-bye, sister. On the next artificial limb-attaching episode of Space Elders!
Enjoying a delicious piece of German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
That's kind of weird, Travis. It's Travis the Pieman here.
Hi, everybody.
German chocolate cake pie.
Exactly.
We have an official pieman for the
Yes.
Radio from Hell show.
Gina, by the way, I brought you your pie.
Oh,
It's a pie in a box.
it's the McDonald's.
Baked
It's the
apple.
pie that she will eat.
We know she'll eat that.
You're
the
missing
one,
out.
It's the one thing I have in common with Donald Trump. Is
You're missing out. This is delicious.
It's delicious. It really is, Travis.
And also, Gina, since I couldn't get you pie, I got you something else.
what? Well, you got me pie right there.
Travis has got an.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Travis has been making stickers.
Remain seated podcast stickers?
Uh-huh.
I
Got the
love
graphic
it.
offline, was able to kind of jury rig a setup for it. So you've got some for the computer, for the laptop, for your car, whatever you want to do.
I love it. Thank you.
Travis, is it an Etsy store? Or where
Yeah,
is
it's an
it?
Etsy store called Pieman Graphics, or if you search Pieman Graphics on Twitter, it now pulls up links that'll take you right where you need to go.
You know, Gina, that those stickers have beard hair in them.
Do they?
Yeah, probably.
That's okay. I'm not going to eat them.
I try to pick them out, but picking out the beard hair makes it artisanal.
This pie has beard hair in it, and it's delicious. It's just delicious.
Well, my boys helped me with this one, and, the 11-year-olds.
Yeah, Travis sells stickers on his Etsy site.
That's awesome.
He's been selling Geek Show stickers.
Now, Travis, you it's Pi Day,
right?
What do you know about the mathematical symbol of pi? Anything?
It's the magical number that lets you calculate many things in geometry. The time that they actually celebrate it today, or at least the big math geeks celebrate it today, is today at 1:59 p.m. because then you get 3.14159, which are the first numbers of pi.
Wow.
I know. It's really, you can get really geeky on this.
So there's going to be math geeks at the bar at that time?
At that exact time, they'll all raise a glass and they'll be good. Woo! And and there's little math things they come up with too, where they say that, since there's 360 degrees in a circle, if you go to the 359th position of pi, there's 360 right there.
If I understood math better, apparently it is this magical thing that you can calculate all kinds of things.
It's an exact proportion that they figure is like a magic number throughout the universe. It helps things work. But we kind of adopted it too, is instead of just being pi as in the number, it's pi as in pie. Also, pizza today is big. I think Pie Pizzeria usually does some kind of special thing, or all the other pizza chains will do something special. I don't recognize the National Pie Day that they had back in January. Or February.
We tried to call you out on that day, and
it's just like Valentine's Day. It's a setup day where big pastry comes out and wants to sell pie.
Big pastry.
Big pastry. They tried to co-opt it.
Exactly.
Right.
There's only two pie holidays that I celebrate, and that is Pie Day and Pie and Beer Day on the 24th.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because nothing's better than a fresh raspberry pie and a Pilsner.
Now, Travis, I know you also have you lost your job some time ago. I don't know what, you weren't fired, but it was
I'm no longer employed.
Yeah.
And so right now I'm looking for anything that's either integration or
What is
implementation.
integration?
I do a lot of software.
Okay.
And basically it's taking large groups of software pieces or hardware pieces and putting it together for major companies.
Okay.
So I do integrations, implementations, support. So
if anybody has something like that and wants an employee that can bring pie on potluck day,
exactly, lots of pie.
That's
he's a great pie maker, and he knows how to do big software jobs. Travis, how do they get a hold of you?
They can just email me at travislynnjohnson@gmail.com.
Okay.
And Raul down on the border send us in the chat room a picture of one of your Trump stickers on his computer, I think.
Yeah, I have a copy of the balloon Trump. the big balloon that they were
Oh, the big
running around
fat,
in England, and they brought it over to Los Angeles and into New Jersey. Yeah, I sell those on the site too.
Pie Man Graphics.
Well,
All right.
thanks. I just devoured the pie. One slice is enough. It's very sweet, but man, it's delicious. Thank you, Travis.
No problem at all. Have a good one.
Have a good pie day.
You too.
Because
on this day,
in 1966, in Scotland, Scottish singer, songwriter, musician, actress, lead singer of the American alternative rock band Garbage, Shirley Ann Manson was born. Her real name, not a stage name. Anytime you see Manson, you think, well, surely that's...
Yeah, I thought it was a stage name.
No. That's her name.
Okay. There you go. 9:08.
Just looking at a list here of, I was looking at the Candyman, the history of the Candyman.
The movie?
The movie. And then here's a list of horror film villains.
Okay.
And some of them I just don't have no idea who they are. And some of them I'm not sure I consider villains.
Some of them are just misunderstood, right, Bill?
I guess. Like Norman Bates, for instance. Is Norman Bates in Psycho
He's a murderer.
a villain? He's misunderstood.
He is a murderer.
I'll argue that he just needed some help.
He's a murderer who needs help.
Billy the Puppet, you know who that is, Carrie?
Katie should probably come in
Katie
here.
ought to come in on this one.
Yeah, see how
It's from
Katie does.
Puppet Master, right? Isn't it?
Billy the Puppet is either from
it's Saw.
Dead Silence.
Oh, that's the name of the puppet.
That's the name of the puppet.
There's also Billy the ventriloquist puppet from
Billy-
Dead Silence.
Well, there is another Billy the Puppet from that one. Max Cady, you know who that is?
Actually, I don't.
Yes.
Come on.
The name's familiar. Max.
Cape
Cape Fear. Yes.
Either Robert Mitchum or Robert De Niro.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. The Creeper. Now, this one
The Creeper, as in Jeepers Creepers?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know who he is. I'm going to get him tattooed on my arm.
That's a pretty good movie, but
Well, the first two are.
I was scrolling through MeTV again on the weekend, and there was an old horror movie on, and it was The Creeper with Rondo Hatton, who was the Creeper, and he was a guy who was just really creepy looking, no makeup, nothing, and that's all he did. If you look up Rondo Hatton, the Creeper,
But the Creeper is a demon who... Oh, thank you, Carrie. who seeks organs from humans to replace his own or older damaged ones.
Yeah.
That sounds actually on the basis of Jeepers Creepers, because he does.
Yeah.
He consumes the body parts and it replaces his current injured ones.
Now, do you know who Jerry Dandridge is?
No.
Chris Sarandon in Fright Night.
Oh.
Or Colin Farrell in the remake of Fright Night.
Yeah.
That's right.
He's a vampire.
I forgot that there was the remake.
Creepy comes creeping, skipping along her way.
You know who Ghostface is.
He's on my arm.
I know.
he's
Now, see, Godzilla is on this list of villains.
No, not a villain.
No.
Not a villain.
Not a villain.
Not a villain. Jamie Gum.
Villain.
Would you?
Great.
Silence of the Lambs.
Yeah.
Would you help me with my couch?
Oh boy.
No.
I gotta pick up my couch and put it in the van.
Imhotep.
Okay, the Mummy.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Let's see.
I've watched that movie too many times.
Again, King Kong, not a villain.
Not a villain.
He protects this world.
You kidnapped him from his nice island. He's nasty.
He was content.
Let's see. Then there's a whole bunch of there's Mechagodzilla and
Not a villain. Well, is a villain.
Megalon and
Megalon was a villain.
yeah. So those you could consider villains. Mike Myers. Oh, we know who Mike Myers is.
He's also on my arm.
Yes. Also a villain.
Katie has tattoos. Are all of your tattoos horror related?
No, not all of them. Just this arm. It'll be a horror. It'll be a horror sleeve.
Arm?
It's my horror arm.
Yeah. So I've got Freddy Krueger signed by Robert Englund. I've got the Thorn of Michael
Oh,
Myers.
it's signed by Robert Englund?
Yeah, that's his actual signature. He signs ink and tattoos for free. I have Michael Myers on the back of my arm and Ghostface, and then it'll fill in with more things later.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one you should know, Gina. David Powers. Come on, he's the villain in a really horrible movie called Lost Boys.
Oh.
Played by
makes sense. That's
Kiefer
right.
Sutherland.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kiefer Sutherland. Yeah, the only name I remember from Lost Boys is Michael.
Michael, yeah.
That's all I remember. All right. We will take a break. We will be back with a reasonable amount of news and boner fight on the way to determine who is boner of the day. Going to be a good one, so be ready for it. Now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
If you are immunocompromised, maybe you're in chemotherapy, stem cell transplant, that sort of thing, you are eligible for the booster shot now. Now, hopefully the rest of us will get it soon, but if you are fit into any of those categories, you can go to coronavirus.utah.gov. They'll tell you places that are doing booster shots and how to get an appointment to get one.
And you should really probably consult with a doctor, too, to see, to make sure. But if you have any questions about coronavirus or the vaccines or where to get them, coronavirus.utah.gov has all of the information. They have all the CDC updated guidelines.
I used the website because I needed to get my daughter tested. I'm like, I wonder where there's a testing site near me. There's a little map with dots on it, shows you all the ones that are right close to where you are. It's really easy to use.
And it'll also keep you informed as to when vaccines will be available for people under the age of 12. So go to coronavirus.utah.gov. You want a list?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
You know, I don't really screen these very well.
Uh-oh. You've got into it and have changed your mind.
No, I don't know. I haven't really looked at it that closely. I'm just warning you.
This could be bad.
It says, here are 16 celebrities who were discovered in wild, unusual ways.
Man, that's
Now,
wild.
let's see how wild this really is.
This is wild.
First one they mention is Vin Diesel. When he was 7 years old, a play director caught him and his friends breaking into a theater. Instead of getting him into trouble, she cast them in the upcoming play. And Vin Diesel went on to become a really bad actor.
Vin Diesel.
That's a good story.
Is it? I guess it. Okay. Number 2, music manager Scooter Braun.
Ooh, he's a jerk.
Is he?
Yes.
Yeah. He was searching for a different artist on YouTube when he accidentally clicked on one of Justin Bieber's videos instead. And thereby discovered Justin Bieber.
And there you go.
That's not that wild.
Wow.
Tracy Chapman. Does anybody know who Tracy Chapman is?
Fast car?
You got a fast car.
When Tracy Chapman was a student at Tufts University, her classmate, Brian Koppelman, stole one of her demos and sent it to his father, who was a music executive.
Okay.
That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
Gisele Bundchen. That's is that Tom Brady's
Yep.
wife? Signed up for a modeling course to get a free trip to Sao Paulo. So if you sign up and pay the money for the modeling course, we'll give you a trip to Sao Paulo. While she was on the trip, a modeling agent scouted her out at a McDonald's.
Having a Big Mac while driving a car? Is that what she was doing?
I don't know if she's driving, but she was there having some food. Rosario Dawson. Haven't you wondered how Rosario Dawson was ever
Because
discovered?
the Giselle one is, she was a model. She's pretty.
Yeah.
She was discovered because she's pretty.
Yeah.
But, okay, Rosario Dawson.
When a commercial was shooting outside of her apartment, 15-year-old Rosario Dawson sat on the front porch until a director and a screenwriter saw her sitting there and said, hey, you want to be in a movie?
Oh.
And she said,
okay.
Yeah. These are not that wild.
Wow.
Oh, Anna Taylor-Joy.
Okay.
The Queen's Gambit.
She was playing chess in the park. No?
She was scouted as a model
on the street while she was walking her dog. Somebody said, "You have an unusual but very attractive look." And I think you could agree.
Oh, yes.
She is very attractive, but in an unusual way. And they just spotted her on the street. Pamela Anderson was at a BC Lions football game, British Columbia, a Canadian football game. A camera operator pointed the camera at her, just, as they do with people in the stands, and broadcast her image onto the Jumbotron. And
Who's that?
And everybody went, wow. And she became a local celebrity and then got to work with Tim Allen.
She was a St. Pauli girl as well.
Oh, was she?
At one time, yeah. One of those people that promote beer.
Mandy Moore. No, that's not an interesting one at all. and who cares about Mandy Moore? Nick Jonas's mom took him to the hair salon where somebody overheard him singing at the hair salon.
Why is he singing at the hair salon?
Just to entertain the
We couldn't afford to pay for my haircut, so
Sing for your haircut.
sang for it.
Jason Statham was selling fake jewelry on the streets of London.
Really?
Yeah, and somebody, a modeling agent or somebody, saw him and said, you have a unique look. I know a guy named Guy Ritchie. He might want to put you in his movie. And the first role he played was somebody selling jewelry on the black market.
You see this watch? Casio.
Marilyn Monroe, working as an aircraft factory. She was working in an aircraft factory when a touring Army photographer took her picture and then went, hubba, hubba. That was his exact words.
He said hubba, hubba?
It was back when they said hubba, hubba.
Oh.
Hubba, hubba. I'm going to try and bring that
No,
back.
don't.
Hubba, hubba back.
I wish you wouldn't.
Hubba, hubba. So she started working as a model right away. These are really marginally interesting.
Yeah, I'd say, yeah.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
All right, 9:20 right now. And it is. We do have Boner Fight coming up here in about 7 minutes. So before that, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Park City's annual Savor the Cocktail contest runs now through August 31st. Enjoy original cocktails from participating bars and restaurants and vote for your favorites. You must be at least 21 to participate. Find details at parkcityrestaurants.com.
First responders helped rescue a horse that was trapped in a drainage ditch in West Jordan. The horse's name was Abby.
Well, I'm glad they included that in the story.
It was stuck in the mud and it couldn't get out.
Abby.
But thanks to the work of first responders, Abby is unstuck and happy.
Oh, that picture's awful. X96.com/live.
Abby's okay.
Okay.
Abby's okay. But at least 2 blasts rattled the area outside the Hamid Karzai International Airport in Kabul today, a little while ago. The Pentagon confirmed just hours after Western governments had warned of a security threat there. While the number of injured or dead are still being confirmed, reports at a nearby emergency room said that at least 20 people had been brought in to that site. The Pentagon said there were a number of casualties. Since the Taliban takeover of the city earlier this month, thousands of Afghan civilians and foreign citizens have gathered at the airport, which has a military and a civilian side. They are desperate to be airlifted out of the country.
but the area outside of the airport has been the site of chaos throughout this week as people scramble to make it towards evacuation flights. We can confirm that an explosion at the Abbey Gate was the result of a complex attack that resulted in a number of U.S. and civilian casualties, said John Kirby, the Pentagon press secretary. We can also confirm at least one other explosion near the Barron Hotel, a short distance from Abbey Gate. The Abbey Gate is a main entryway to the international airport. But early reports indicated the explosion was caused by at least one suicide bomber wearing an explosive vest. A man who witnessed the attack told the Afghan broadcaster Tolo News that dead bodies and wounded people were scattered everywhere. The Delta variant of the coronavirus is spreading rapidly in Florida. In Japan, authorities will discard more than 1.6 million Moderna vaccine doses. There is some question as to whether or not they've been contaminated somehow. Mayor Bill de Blasio of New York City laid out a series of long-awaited safety protocols for schools on Thursday, looking to reassure parents who are concerned that the Delta variant will upend the school year. The mayor's announcement follows weeks of rising alarm from parents and educators about the city's plan to reopen schools at full capacity. So he's going to have a plan, and he's going to mandate some things.
You can do that?
Yeah. Here in Utah, this is a story that was from the Washington Post. Even LDS leaders are struggling to get Mormons vaccinated against the coronavirus.
Well, it's hard to undo all of the misinformation.
Latter-day Saints have joined with other religious communities, especially fundamentalists, in rejecting what became known as the liberal consensus.
Well,
distrustful of big government, skeptical of the modern academy, and disgruntled with what they believe to be a lack of moral standards.
What is in it for the liberals to try to get people to get vaccinated? What?
That you just don't trust them. These religious white Americans have injected secular truth from history, biology, psychology, other fields of knowledge, and create their own myths.
They worship at the altar of Fox News now.
And I think the LDS Church leaders are just like, what do we do?
It's too little, too late.
Here, Eric Stone Street is getting married.
There, thank you.
Eric
finally.
Stone Street.
Cam?
Cam from Modern Family. Now he's getting married. Now people are criticizing him for this.
Why?
Well, they say she looks so much younger than him.
They're like the same age.
No, they're not. He is 49, and he has announced that he and his girlfriend are getting married. But the joy of that was somewhat overshadowed by people offended by the couple's age gap. She is now, or Eric Stone Street says, apparently a lot of people think I look too old as a 40-year-old man to be engaged to my almost 42-year-old fiance.
They're practically the same.
Oh, 40. He's 49. She's 42.
It's not that much of a difference.
Stone Street said, look, she can't help that she looks great at 42, and I can't help that I apparently look like her granddad. It's kind of true when you look at a picture of them together. He's lived well, and
good for them.
I think they look like a lovely couple to me, and she looks very happy. And she doesn't look like a kid either. She looks
no.
Let's see. Here's a good idea. In Salem, Oregon, one of the states where COVID-19's Delta variant has put more people in the hospital than at any other point during the pandemic, Lisa, an ICU nurse in Salem, said she's frustrated and sad at the crush of unvaccinated COVID-19 patients. We've been dealing with the second wave when we thought, I guess we hoped that it wouldn't come, but here it is, and it's harder and worse than before. So the hospital Lisa works at has created new ways of coping with all of this stress.
Okay.
The hospital's wellness department, which normally recommends, yoga, deep breathing, all of that stuff, recently set up a booth and filled it with dinner plates.
All right.
We put on safety glasses, and we can take plates and just break them.
Oh, I see. Just get your frustration out.
I keep going back. Give
me another plate.
They said, no, you've had enough turns. Oregon avoided a large outbreak before the vaccine became available through tough mitigation measures, but that left pockets of unvaccinated people, and now things are getting bad there again.
All right.
It's Boner Fight. With Radio from Hell on X96.
I'll just read you this headline before I do the Boner Fight. A U.S. judge has reprimanded Trump's election fraud lawyers. There's a picture of them standing there. Rudy Giuliani looks like a ghoul.
He is a ghoul.
All right, here we go. The winner from round one going up against the winner from round two. Round one at 7 o'clock, the winner of the Boner voting was, won't somebody please run against Todd Weiler and win? This is Utah State Representative Todd Weiler, who had a poll yesterday on Twitter. How many of the 73 million children in the United States have died of COVID-19? And then he gives you choices like it's somehow, not a big deal that several hundred kids have died of COVID. And he also, he's just terrible.
Yeah.
And voter candidate number 2, yes, you are an idiot. An ex-North Ogden City Council hopeful drawing fire from gay rights groups for siding with Natalie Klein, the state school board member, and in attacking gay and lesbian people.
With violence.
Yeah, with violence.
Well, pick your local nutter. You've got to decide of these two candidates, which one is the worst? Which one deserves to be Boner of the Day for today? 1 or 2. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, and then text that to 33986. Or you can call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Katie will take it in there. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight, August 26, 2021, and vote there. If you don't see that box, you probably won't see that box right away. Refresh your internet browser, and it should appear. All right? You have until the end of these messages. That's like 4 minutes is all, so get to voting. This is Boner of the Day.
Is what we've got here.
Oh.
It's 20 warning signs your liver is sending you right now.
Why are you looking directly at me?
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, before we get started, I'm concerned because our announcer there says, because people love a good list. I don't think so.
How do you know?
We're getting complaints about these lists.
List complaints?
I haven't seen them.
And I'm like, well, what's... And they said, well, get a good list.
Well...
I'm like, these are good lists.
I think this is a helpful list.
Well, this could be a lifesaver for me.
And it's
apparently.
Just... Because you don't find a list interesting doesn't mean it's not a good list.
Okay, so number 1, 20 warning signs your liver's trying to send you.
Uh-huh.
You have super itchy skin.
Uh-oh.
It's an early sign. It might just be dry, but if it's becoming a regular thing, it might be worth getting checked out, especially if it's itchy. Also, it's an indicator of cirrhosis of the liver.
Uh-oh.
Really?
Number 2, your skin or eyes are turning yellow.
Uh-oh.
Well, yeah, that's a sign.
Seeing the whites of your eyes
Jaundice,
start to turn yellow, it's jaundice.
Yeah.
And it could mean your liver's in trouble.
That's what all of these mean.
Yeah. You've gained a lot of weight.
Uh-oh.
Your liver may be to blame. Another symptom of liver
You don't
cirrhosis.
need to say that every time.
Do you know what liver cirrhosis is?
It's when your liver cirrhosis is.
The disease develops slowly, replacing healthy liver tissue with scar tissue, blocking blood flow through the liver, inhibiting the organ from working properly.
Right. Believe me, I know that.
But then a conflicting symptom,
What's that?
you're losing weight.
Well,
So which one do you pay attention to?
I don't
But
know.
see, that one's a red flag for Hep C. So either you have cirrhosis or Hep C. So they're both bad.
Well, I wish my liver would make up my mind.
Your palms are red.
Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I'm naturally pink.
Could be due to fatty liver disease. If
Okay.
your palm, I always
Okay.
say that wrong. Palms.
It's palms.
Your sleep schedule's out of whack.
Yo, whoa!
Culprit?
Liver.
Liver.
Mm-hmm.
Liver
Yeah.
cirrhosis.
I don't know. You're giving the liver an awful lot of
Your
credit
memory's
here.
gotten worse.
What?
No, that's just with age.
What are we talking about? Yes?
You're always tired.
What?
All of these
Uh-oh.
symptoms are worse.
These are just being a person, all of these things.
A person who has to get up at 3 in the morning.
Your appetite's disappeared. That hasn't happened.
No.
You're a man experiencing enlarged breasts.
Uh-oh.
Again.
No, that's just aging.
I'm working on them.
That's just aging.
Your personality's changing.
Shut up.
You bruise easily.
Oh! Look at this.
You have swollen legs and ankles.
No.
No, you're good there?
Yeah.
You feel confused.
About what? Where?
I'm in radio, of course.
What?
You have body pains. This is a list of...
Again, these are all things. This is this is the kind of list that people are complaining about.
These are all things that can happen for any reason.
You're bloated.
What?
Your urine is dark.
It's no.
You're okay with it's
Yeah,
lemonade?
No, it's
Okay.
it's pink.
You can't concentrate. It's pink. That's another problem.
Seems fine to me. It's gaily colored.
You have dry eyes or a dry mouth. All those things, none of those things.
Well,
Again, these are all things that happen to people.
Yeah.
I don't think it has anything to do with cirrhosis.
No, it's.
But it could.
It could.
This is a terrible
It
list.
could also have something to do with
You know
leprosy.
what? I'm going to write an email. Dear Radio from Hell, I hate the lists.
But the liver holds a special place in the heart. You got to.
That's true.
That's what. Yes,
We
it
hope
does.
you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Let's award Boner of the Day.
And that's brought to you in part by a lobster roll and some potato chips and a few other things that I dug up.
And Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Well, they were both strong candidates. I was kind of rooting for Todd Weiler to win.
You
But
didn't?
No.
Oh.
No. It's our LGBTQ audience who rallied and actually beat him by quite a bit.
Really?
Yeah. So Natalie Klein and this North Ogden guy who ran for council and posting what he.
It's your Boner of the Day for today, the 26th of August, 2021. Now qualified to be Boner of the Week. That'll be decided by Dave the Flower Guy. He's just going to come in here and tell us who Boner of the Week is. Let me hit this.
The following is a sponsored feature.
And let's go now to the doctor.
Dr. Nolan is there. Are you there on the phone?
Yes, I am. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Good morning.
Dr. Leisha, is that how you pronounce your first name, Leisha Nolan?
Yeah, that's correct.
Dr. Nolan is here to talk to us a little bit about how parents can keep their kids safe from COVID as they go back to school. Can they keep their kids safe?
Yeah, I know. I think it's really concerning with the Delta variant and COVID increasing so rapidly here in Utah that I can understand why parents would be concerned. But really, the approach is what we've been doing. I think people did really well last year protecting their kids, and that's the approach we're trying to encourage families to do again this year. We do have that extra protection now, as if your kid is 12 or older, that they can get vaccinated, and we know that provides really good protection. But for those kids who are younger, really going back to that, getting them into school with masks on, trying to keep them so they encourage classrooms to be a little bit more safe. That's the best thing families can do right now.
What would you say to people that are saying, oh, this isn't serious for kids and kids don't get it and pass it around, so I'm not worried about my kid wearing a mask to school?
Yeah, luckily most kids, you're right, don't get severe infection, but there are some that do, and we know that we've had hospitalizations in kids here in Utah. And I think all of us can feel like any kid that goes to the hospital is a failure on our part. We want to make sure kids stay out of the hospital. And that is a big part of what we're trying to make sure. Right now, our hospitals are super overwhelmed. Unfortunately, the pediatric hospitals are getting many kids hospitalized for RSV, which is a kid infection in little babies, but also from COVID, and they're overwhelmed. And so we're worried that if more kids have to go to the hospital, they're not going to get the care they need. So that's really concerning to us. But also there is the concern of having those kids bring it home and giving it to other people in the family. And we know that's something we want to make sure doesn't happen.
Yeah. We should point out that Dr. Nolan is the state epidemiologist and knows whereof she speaks. Now, so school and staff, it seems to me they should be required to be fully vaccinated.
They should be.
And they should be vaccinated. But if the staff and the teachers are fully vaccinated, are they fairly well protected?
Yeah, we know that people who get the vaccine are very well protected against significant disease. No vaccine's perfect. That's never been true. It's never going to be true. I don't think anything's really perfect. And so there are going to be some people who are vaccinated and still get the infection. But we know that those people tend to have very, very mild illness. It's very rare for people who are vaccinated to have anything that's significant that they'd have to get medical care. So these vaccines are really good, and we really want to make sure people are out there getting them whenever possible.
What about, sanitation procedures and things like that?
Yeah, I think the most important one is the respiratory protections, right? We know this is a respiratory disease. It's from people breathing on each other. So the mask is really the highest level. But after that, you're right, keeping your hands clean, making sure that you will be, when you go between classes or when you're using different utensils or desks, that you make sure to clean them off as well as you can. That's good procedure for every kind of infection, not just COVID.
Now, I know local health departments will monitor this, and I guess the state will monitor it as well, and we'll see how well it's going over the next. When will we have some real idea? I mean, school is essentially just started. When will we have some real idea how well we're doing?
Yeah, I mean, as you say, we're watching it closely. We can watch it in real time. We get reports every day of how many kids get infection, what schools they go to, and we're keeping track to make sure that no schools are getting cases that looks like it's expanding quickly. So we're keeping an eye on it. I can't say we're going to say tomorrow we'll see something or next week. We'll just we're doing it in real time.
Right.
When we look at other states that started school early, we can see they started having cases pretty quickly. And so that's our worry, is that we'll do the same as those other states. And so we're really keeping an eye on it and making sure that when we see cases of outbreaks or really expanding at school, we can work with those schools and local health departments to get it under control.
All right. Well, it's nice to talk to you. It's nice to have you here. Are you new to the state, or have you been here for a while?
No, I just arrived about 2 months ago.
From from whence did you come to work here as the state epidemiologist?
Yeah, I was working up in Alaska, actually, with the CDC, Center for Disease Control. So a slight switch in climate, but I'm really enjoying my time here in Utah.
Well, good. I hope you can. I hope you continue to do so.
We have bears here too.
Yeah,
and mountains, which is important.
Yeah, it's Dr. Alicia Nolan, and if people want to get information Where is it? The coronavirus.utah.gov, is that the best place?
Yeah, I think that's the best place. We keep our website really up to date, and hopefully people find it easy to use.
All right. Welcome to the state, and I hope you continue to like it.
Thank you.
All right. Talk to you later.
Bye-bye.
All right, we'll take a break. We'll be back to crawl towards the exits after these.
Mark Ronson featuring Bruno Mars.
Okay.
Owing a considerable amount of money to the James Brown estate and the Rick James estate.
I would say.
I requested that this morning.
I like that.
Pretty tasty, I must say.
I'm not a Bruno Mars fan.
I'm gonna make you one.
No, I don't think so. I think it's Mark Ronson.
No, it's
and
no, I can tell you it's Bruno Mars, and here's why.
Why?
Because it rips off a lot of stuff.
Yeah, that's
not ripped. Inspired
and
by.
I'm not saying it in a bad way.
Yeah, you're right.
You know,
it's probably so. It's Bruno Mars sounding as much as he can like somebody else.
Somebody else. Yeah.
But it was enjoyable.
It was. Normally, I don't.
I'm glad that somebody is still making that kind of music.
Exactly.
So that makes me happy.
Yeah, I mean,
because I do love that kind of music.
Beck had to do it a few years ago.
Yeah,
which was kind of odd, but so are you okay, Gina?
I got my song request. I'm great. Why?
Oh, okay. Is that I guess that's what it was. You just usually you have a greeting for me.
I had my headphones on. I was uptown funky. I had no time for you.
Gina's got so much funk.
I don't. That's why I have to add it to my life.
I've seen her. I've seen her dance. She's got the. See, I don't dance. Because
better.
Because I know I look silly. I know I look like a white guy. I have to be really, really, really drunk.
And you probably haven't even done that in a long time.
Been a really long time.
There are mornings when we're playing a song.
Oh, do I do it and not realize I'm doing it?
And we've been meaning to have an intervention.
Do I sometimes dance and I don't realize I'm dancing?
Sometimes you air guitar.
Do I?
Yeah.
And I don't know I'm doing it.
And air drum. And
that's terrible.
Yeah.
The last time I remember dancing, I believe, what was that band that used to play at all like Green Street, and I want to say, they were like Solid Groove or Solid Gold or
I don't know.
That and they, and they put on the
Disco
wig.
Drippers.
Disco Drippers. There we go.
Drippers.
The Disco Drippers. And I remember when at Trolley Square, when Green Street was there, and it was the middle of summer, and they would have cordon off part of the parking lot there, and you could just go out there and dance.
Right.
And I believe the Disco Drippers were there.
Quite possibly.
And I remember dancing there and taking off most of my clothing.
Really?
Yeah.
Ew.
It was. It was.
You were having a good time.
I was indeed having a great time. I was down to a shirt and boxer shorts.
Really?
Yeah. And dancing to the Disco Drippers. I think our salesman, the guy who later became our salesman, was singing with the Disco Drippers at that time. Scott.
He was with the band at the time.
Scott, what's his name?
Yeah.
Yep. Took off most of my clothing. I was dancing with a.
I don't know how I missed that.
I was dancing. Well, you weren't there. That's how. You weren't invited.
But you'd think that word would have got out. Bill's over there.
No, I was with my actor friends.
Oh,
I do need to be drunk to dance, but I do it more often than that. I was a wedding in Idaho was the last time.
Oh, I think I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
Well,
there's video evidence of this, and it's a bad thing.
Well, let's face it. I have seen people, white people that dance well, but we are not among them, I think. No, not among them.
And I think you get a pass at a wedding. I don't think anyone's going to, Because
I often make passes at people at weddings.
9:48 right now.
Man, I didn't put on my hoodie soon enough, and now it's too late.
You can't warm up now?
Well, no, there's no point. The show's almost over. It at some point it gets so cold in the studio
I have my gloves on.
that Carrie put on. I should have put mine on when you put yours.
It was early today.
Yeah,
for me,
and I just was otherwise distracted, and now I'm freezing to death.
Oh, not to death. You're not going to die. You're not freezing to death.
That was just said for emphasis, Gina. You know how people do. Frozen people from the studio. Got another couple of frozen ones in there.
Mm-hmm.
I've got to stop watching MeTV though. I watched an episode of Green Acres last night.
I think it's good distraction.
It's comfort food. It is.
Now I remember, I still like the Andy Griffith Show, and I've said that, and I think it was. I liked it when years ago, and I watch them now, and they're still, they're corny, but they're nicely done. Green Acres, I thought I used to like that.
You don't?
No,
You're wrong?
It's terrible.
But you watched a whole episode?
Yeah, I did. I won't do it again. That's, I'll just watch a little. I'll watch that, and then I don't have to ever see another one again as long as I live.
Yeah.
That's it. But what's her name? Ava Gabor. She was good looking.
Yeah?
Pretty woman.
Would you gone for that? If Ava Gabor presented herself to you?
Not
would
my
you...
type.
No?
Really?
No. But she was pretty. And Eddie Albert. There he is.
Farm living is the life for me. Land spreading out so far and wide. Keep Manhattan, just give me that countryside.
Now, Ava.
Now, one of the reasons that my dad hated this show is because the opening sequence features Eddie Albert driving a tractor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is he doing it wrong?
He's wearing a suit.
Well, that was the point.
Dad had a problem with that. Yeah.
New York is where I'd rather stay. I get allergic smelling hay. I just adore a penthouse view. Darling, I love you, but give me Park Avenue.
So why did he drag her to the?
He was a very well a successful lawyer in Manhattan.
He's shoveling hay in a suit.
But
so
he
there's
always
a problem here.
He always wanted to be a farmer.
The chores.
The stores.
Fresh air.
Times Square.
You are my wife.
Because that's it.
And he drags her away.
You're my wife?
Because you're my
have
wife.
No say.
I'm going to move you someplace where you don't want to be, and you're going to be miserable.
He should have left her in New York.
And you're a foreigner, and people will make fun of your accent.
This is a comedy?
This is a horrible show.
Goodbye, city life.
Green Acres, we are there.
It was terrible.
Should have left her in New York.
Hank Kimball, the county agent. Oh my God, just awful performances.
And everything could be had at Drucker's store.
Yeah, Mr. Drucker. You're down, Mr. Drucker's store. Now, how you doing, Mrs. Douglas?
Yeah.
If it couldn't be got at Drucker's store, it couldn't be got.
Well, there was actually, so apparently the two handymen, Ralph and whatever, ate Oliver, Mr. Douglas's salami. And so she went to the store to get him some salami.
Mm-hmm.
I need to get some salami. Oh, we don't have anything called salami here. We just don't have it. What happened? Well, they ate my husband's salami. They ate your husband's salami, and they made these kind of dirty jokes around it, which I thought was odd because it was
a family show.
Well, you know what they say when they eat a man's salami,
Mm-hmm.
you know, it was like, what?
Now, if you don't like Green Acres, might I suggest the modern day reboot of it? It's called Bless This Mess.
I have no knowledge of
and
this.
It's Dax Shepard.
What?
And Lake Bell.
What?
As two New York, how would you put it, like NPR types.
Yeah.
Who decide that they want the simple life and go out to start a farm.
But it's harder than they expected, isn't it?
In Nebraska, but it's harder than they expected.
And the people around them they don't trust them.
No, the people around them think they're all right.
Oh.
Yeah. But it's harder than they expected. So
Bless
try that
This
one.
Mess?
I think it's called Bless This Mess.
Is it good?
It's funny.
All right. I mean, Green Acres could have been a comedy if it really had tried harder.
Ed Begley Jr.'s in it, Bill. You like him?
And he's the best part. He lives out in their barn.
Just kind of a crazy guy.
Well, he kind of came with the property. You know,
I see.
It's like, it was agreed upon by the previous owner that he could live in the barn, and so
okay,
he sleeps
It's
in
a
the barn.
Hulu.
You can see it was a network, but it's now on Hulu. So try that. It's,
okay, all right.
And again, as was Zsa Zsa Gabor, Lake Bell.
Prefers
easy on the eyes.
Easy on the eye.
Oh, okay.
Easy
Not
on the
your
eyes.
type, but easy on the
Right.
eye.
Exactly. All right.
So try that one.
I will.
See if it's any better. They don't have a. Hold on, see now.
Do they have a county agent?
No, but I forgot the actress's name. Jackie Brown.
Pam Grier.
Pam Grier.
Mm-hmm.
She not only runs the general store, but she's also the chief of police.
Okay. All right.
It's a small town.
That town is what we're getting at here.
Is her name Drucker?
I don't remember. All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Coming up on Friday's Radio from Hell show.
It's time for best or meh question of the week, but you can have yours. Send your questions to us, radiofromhell@x96.com.
And remember, at 8 a.m., you could win tickets to Coheed and Cambria and The Used, thanks to X96's Summer of Free Tickets giveaway.
Plus, at 9 a.m., Blind Love will be here in the studio to play a song and talk about their upcoming show.
So make sure that you don't miss Friday's Radio from Hell show here on X96. People who made that promo were drunk. You listen closely. Listen. Yeah, just listen closely.
Okay.
Drunk. All three of them drunk.
Also in Bless This Mess, as his rival neighbor, Farmer, Whammy. What's that actor's name? David Koechner.
Well, this is sounding appealing.
It's a funny show. It got canceled.
Sounds like he's no Mr. Haney.
No, he's not. He's sort of competing with Dax Shepard for some reason, which I couldn't figure out.
Oh.
And it took them 2 seasons to decide on a crop that they were going to grow.
It's hard.
Well,
and then
we're dealing with this right now.
And then I think what it came down to was they decided to grow sorghum.
Well, that's whatever that is.
Some kind of wheat type thing. Oh, yeah, sorghum. That's the way to go. Sorghum.
Well,
I did some research on the internet. Sorghum is what we need to do.
Pat Buttram is Mr. Haney. He wasn't in the episode I watched last night, though.
He was the best part of that show.
Well, Mr. Douglas.
If you ask me.
He was the swindler. He tried to sell everything and never anything.
Because if you couldn't get it at Drucker's store, Mr. Haney might have been able to get it.
I'd be able to get that for you.
It wouldn't be high quality, and it would probably be illegal.
Right.
But he could get it for you. All right. I think we got all business taken care of, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fine job as always, Katie. Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
Stay negative.
Corey is next.